Welcome to the truth, lady. It's the new wine. You're a brew, baby. That's the pork rind. Ain't have a clue lately. Missing Sunday in years, you was a true pagan. Look, GOCC, who we be? One under Christ, who are we? The Israelites. What that means? Give up your life and come with me. As I follow Christ in these latter days, blind gon' lead the blinds this way and that way. Christ sitting on the throne with his swag on, all white fine linen with a tag on. Unbelievers wanna hate this, I can't dwell upon. Most of them can't relate, cause we was set apart. We gon' company with Jake, we don't rock out of Mars. Tell them heathens, give you space, you dealing with a man of God. Word, and it's set in stone. If we keep the law, then we headed home. Not a rapper, but I rap lines. These ain't rap lies, I just act right, plus I'm baptized. Welcome to the truth, lady. It's that new wine. You're a brew, baby. Pass the pork rind. Ain't have a clue lately. Ain't missed a Sunday in years. You was a true pagan. Now you living right. What they gon' do with you? Since you know the truth, they can't fool with you. You're vomit on the line. Wanna be cool with you. Left them on ice. Let me brew with you. You thought it were no good man. Now you know the truth. We got a body full of them. Now what's your excuse? Do the work, you get smashed up. Don't need to act up. The key is faith. Be discreet and chase. We wanna see you smile. You will see the J. Keep your head covered, cause you gon' need to pray. I'm not a Marxist, no cap sis. I don't play games, we talking practice. I don't do fairy tales, that's my father Abraham. Dealing with them baby boys, time for you to take a chance. Working on my diary, let's believe I'm making plans. How you brought me through the fire just so we could make a man. Bird, and it's set in stone. If we keep the law, then we headed home. I'm not a rapper, but I rap lines. These ain't rap lies, I just act right, and I'm baptized. Yeah. Welcome to the truth, lady. It's that new wine. You're a brew, baby. Pass the pork rind. Ain't have a clue lately. Ain't missed a Sunday in years. You was a true pagan. Now you living right. What they gon' do with you? Since you know the truth, they can't fool with you. You're vomit on the line. Wanna be cool with you. Left them on ice. Let me brew with you. Yeah. All praise to the Most High. Just put your head down and work. Before you know it, you'll get what you deserve. Smooth. Bro. I ain't playing with you.
Kauhalal, we start off giving blessings, honor, glory, and power be to him that sits upon the throne and to the Lamb forever and ever. Biblical discussion with battle axe MALAK. Regaining black royalty. Regaining royalty. First off, I do want to address this dude's comment right here. Before you start a lesson, can you explain why you are cool with Rob, who threatened rape on people's kids? First and foremost, man, I know that everybody is wicked. That's my job, is to be right here dealing with wicked individuals, sinners, liars, threateners, rapists, killers, dope dealers, prostitutes, sluts. If I was only just looking for the crowd that was clean as a whistle, I would be over here saying this at Pastor Pork Chop's church. But I'm not looking for straight arrows. I don't come and I congregate to speak and to try to squash beefs to straight arrows and people that ain't beefing. I go and I try to make sure that I'm actually addressing a crowd or a people that is in need of correction or redirection. So don't go around thinking that it's all just peaches and cream when Battle Axe is dealing with Rob. Because as you can see, just go and watch and investigate. Seems like you were there. That it's been a roller coaster, to say the least. So don't come at me with that. See, that's the thing that people get it twisted. This is not serious, except for what your message should be about. That's the most serious thing that should transpire online. And your message and your office should always be what you're leading forward when it comes down to getting on panels, when it comes down to saying your input. Because all the personal things that people is trying to play around with, that's immaturity to me. That's childishness to me. And I understand that there's a lot of hype and a lot of people, they love to see that shit. People love to see fights. That's why you come on here before I can even start my stream. I mean, before you even want me to start to do my purpose, you want to see that action. You want to see some type of fight. And that's the problem with our people, is that everybody wants to see somebody get their ass whooped. We've been learning that stuff from the elementary all the way through school. It kind of dies out, I guess, around college. I didn't really hear about too many people having fights at colleges or anything, but I'm not saying that they don't exist. I'm just saying that, you know, from middle school to high school, man, all the way K to 12, everybody just wants to see somebody get their ass whooped. Everybody's excited about a fight. That's just, I guess you can say, human nature. But we got to become a little bit better than that, because we're not just being humans. We got to regain our royalty. Like Paul says, he said, when I'm amongst the Jews, I'll be a Jew. You know, when I'm amongst those that ain't practicing and pushing the law, he said, I'll be sitting out here, you know, practicing and not pushing the law. He said, maintaining all lawfulness, but at the end of the day, he said, I will covertly make that move. So when I see that they are, you know, a brother online going in on somebody and this and that, of course he's going to run off. And if I just hit him upside the head with the law, which I still do, but at the end of the day, I'll be like, nah, man, you know what I mean? Why we got to talk like that? Like, oh man, I don't know nothing about all that, man. I don't get involved in none of that stuff. I'm constantly putting water onto those flames, because it's just like, no, man, anybody about to sit here and try to pull battle axe in or divide it in between nothing, man. I stand firm on the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High Power, man. So he told me to come out here and speak to a nation of wicked niggas. Not goody two shoes. Hold on, let me get my sounds right. Not goody two shoes. Not people that don't got mental disabilities. I'm dealing with people that got mental disorders. When I find a mental disorder, bank, or, you know, sweet spot, but this is like a mental disorder hotspot online. Mental disorder hotspot. You ain't gonna find more crazy people in a setting than online, and then after that, it'll be a mental institution. You're gonna find more crazy people right here online. Everybody coming on here crazy as well. Be 70, 80 crazy motherfuckers sitting around there all nuts, looking at each other and exchanging all their insanity. Damn right I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be everywhere. Ain't just Rob's, I be everywhere. So miss me with that division. Let me get my sounds right, excuse me. Yeah, you can miss me with all that. I'm here on a mission. I'm over here to try to warn y'all, man. Save your guys' afterlives and your lives, man. Make sure you guys don't sit around here and burn in a lake of fire. Make sure my sounds is right. All right. Hopefully my sound is right. Anyways, so let's just get straight to the lesson, man. We're gonna go first to 1 Corinthians, man. I was oh, let me drop this link. My bad.
Placing on the track, boy.
See, you see what I'm saying? People are trying to they're trying to make this about a division thing. I've always been over it at Suave. And these niggas has always been talking shit about each other since I've been around. Ain't nobody been just always cool with each other. Fuck am I gonna sit here and get involved inside this internet shit, man? Got me fucked up, man. Stop bringing me into that shit. That's the thing. Y'all keep trying to bring people into it, trying to join teams and gather teams. Like, man, hey, man, I don't even know nothing about all this. I'm not involved.
On the track, boy.
Probably this time next year, y'all gonna be cool. Like, don't come at me with that crazy shit. Let's get to this is the Shabbat. Let's get down to the nitty and gritty, man. We're gonna go to 1 Corinthians chapter 8 real quick. I'm just gonna swing it on y'all because I ain't sharing my screen. I'm gonna swing it on you though. He says, to speak of things dedicated unto idols, we are sure that we all have knowledge. All right. So unto things that have been dedicated unto people that we have been looking up to, saying, well, this guy, you know what I'm saying, Martin Luther King, he was this type of guy, and he had these type of credentials and all that stuff. It's like, all right, that's cool, man, but we are all sure that we all got knowledge. We all got knowledge. That ain't nothing. That ain't a big deal. All right. Why? Reading on. Knowledge makes a man swell. That's why. That's why it's not a big deal for somebody to have credentials and masters and degrees and all that. And that's supposed to be something that actually gives you that room to just step in and have that status of liberty inside of either conversations or in situations. It doesn't mean anything when it comes down to actually becoming royal.
Release this beat today.
All right? With degrees and with knowledge of psychology or whatever that you have, it's not what is actually needed to fix the problem that so-called black people got. Shabbat shalom, shalom, MALAK, Maranatha. Why? Because it says, but love edifies. And we know, according to 2 John, chapter 1, verse 6, that love is the keeping of the commandments. So we know now that it says that knowledge makes a man swell. Knowledge makes a person think that they something, you know? But love is what needed that actually will fix black people, or the keeping of the commandments is what actually is what needed for the remedy, for the antidote, for the sickness of the mind of black men and black women and black children. All right? It says, if any man thinks that he knows anything, he knows nothing yet as he ought to know. All right? If you think that you really is a leader of the so-called black man, or you're striving to be one of these people, or you want to be a prominent figure in the awakening or the conscious community, but you're not actually going about this with this handbook, the act of wisdom and gain that has been handed down throughout centuries, you're going about it without using this, you won't really know anything, or you don't know enough to fulfill or to properly say that you have achieved that level. As per se, people say, well, I'm a god, or I'm a king, and I'm a queen. And I'm like, all right, cool. Do you really mean that? Yeah. And they'll become defensive and everything, ready to rip your head off if you try to impose on that. And you say, oh, no. I'm gonna go ahead and rock with that. You a king and a queen, huh? Well, it's time for you to get on. It's time for you to get on your books. What books? These law, statutes, and commandments. It says, but if any man loves God, the same is known of him. All right. So we got people you got a lot of people that's just wicked. They don't want to even consider that they love God. Whatever. Okay, that's you. With the folks that think that they do love God. If you think you really do think you know or you love God, you would be somebody that people will be like, man, you know, every time I look up, this dude is saying something out of that book. Or every time I look up, this dude is teaching some knowledge and wisdom that comes from that book. Man, you'll be known of God. Not the opposite. So our people, we gotta take that in account. All right. Second and foremost, let's get down to Exodus 19:3 real quick. Now we're gonna go to Exodus 19:3.
These niggas sound crazy.
All right, and it reads. He said, and the Lord called to him. And Moses went unto God, and the Lord called to him out of the mountain, saying, thus say unto the house of Jacob, or say this unto the house of Jacob, and tell the children of Israel. So this is what's supposed to be told to the so-called black man and woman. Tell the children of Israel, you have seen what I did unto the Egyptians, and how I took you up upon eagle's wings, and brought you unto myself. Now, therefore, he's letting you know this, you are actually the crowd of people that's seen this. We are actually the generation of people, the race, the descendants, however way you want to look at it. We were those people that seen this, man. The Most High God is letting you know that. He didn't do this with the white man. He didn't do this with the China man. He didn't do this with the Native American man. He did this with the black man. No, you wasn't the kings and queens and the pharaohs and shit of Egypt, as some of our people tries, the Kemetic brothers tries to lead our people on to believe. No, you wasn't. According to this Bible, God has to reinforce that thought about who somebody is. Obviously, to somebody that is confused about who they are. You can see all these things in the scriptures, man. That it's prophetic, and you can't make these things up. This fits us too well. Reading on, he says, so now, for that reason, if you will hear my voice, this is a message that's still applicable to today, my people. If you will hear my voice and keep my appointment, you shall be mine above all nations, for all the earth is mine. You shall be unto me a kingdom of priests and a holy people. These are the words which thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, man. This is in other words, this is the handbook for us to actually reach that level, that higher level that we are claiming that we really is. When we got people that say, well, I'm a black king, I'm a black queen, I'm royalty, I'm a god. The black man and the black woman is God. I'm like, okay, man. Well, Mr. God, Mrs. Queen, y'all got a handbook that y'all need to get down there, man. Because you're not allowed to be thinking that you are in any type of hierarchy position when you are just as common as the common person. You're not royalty, you're common. If you really go and look at the way that those people had things worded back then, when they actually were operating with kingship and things of the sort, you would see that The regular people, what we call today civilians, they would be called communists back then. It would be called communists because these people are operating and maintaining roughly the same degree of knowledge and property and things of the sort. They were common individuals. Was it nothing outstanding? They didn't have any status. So if you're going to sit there and say, I'm a king or a queen, I'm a god, but you work with, just another regular old Joe, and he doesn't think that he's a king or a queen or a god. He's actually probably a tweaker. You guys work on the same job, but when he goes home, he smokes meth. But you're a god now. What makes you a god? Is it your job? Like, what if, no, it's my knowledge. Well, you and that meth head has sat around working together side by side, and you didn't kick what you've known to him for the last 8 years. Let's be realistic. What more do you think you know than this guy that goes home and smokes meth? Come on. See, that's what the thing is. A lot of people, they just give themselves that state of entitlement. You be like, wait a minute, why are you doing all that? Have you actually elevated past the common person in anything? And they say, well, yeah, I got a degree in science. You might, but is a degree in science uncommon? Well, amongst black people. Like, so are you the king of black people? Is that what you mean? You're the god of black people because you have a degree in science? Well, what property do you own that you can sit here out there and take care of black people in? Exactly. Well, I don't know. I know that you ain't a king. Not yet. If you really want to be, you better read the book, the handbook on how to be a king. You know what I'm saying? So let's go over here now to Leviticus 19. Now watch this. All right. Now we got to see this now, man. So this is the test. This is what people got to come into terms with. This is the reason why a lot of people don't even want you to be able to read the Bible when you want to bust it out on them. This is the reason why a lot of people have a lot of rumors applied to the Bible. Is because when you actually, these rumors keep them from, let me backtrack. These rumors, and they got these rumors to keep you from opening up the book and reading it to them as if they are, they're like, man, no, I already know that it's nothing, fully, oh, my bad, I already know the Bible. Yeah, this and this. You don't know the Bible. You hate correction and redirection. There we go. So I put that link out there, MALAK. So when they use those things, so you don't read the book. But if you actually read the book to them, you say, hey, then, look, listen, let's sit down and let's point out your areas of discrepancy. Show me, I'm about to read something, and just stop me when you have a discrepancy, and then explain to me why it is a discrepancy. And they know that somebody is actually, you know what I mean, a little bit literate with the book. You don't have to be no major prophet or nothing. You can just be a little literate with it. They know that anybody a little bit literate with the Bible will be able to expose that they are just hiding behind all that rejection to maintain some weird wickedness that soon will be revealed in time. So check this out. It says, we're going to start at 19:1. He says, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto all the multitude of the children of Israel, all the multitude of black people. That's how we got to look at it today. Speak unto all the multitude of black people, the children of Israel, and say unto them, be holy, because the Lord your God am holy. Be royal, because the Lord your God is royal. Be you set apart, uncommon, for the Lord your God is uncommon. Is there anything wrong with that?
No.
There's nothing wrong with that. Can't nobody sit here and say, no, black people shouldn't even be royal. If they do, they're out of their minds and should be actually ignored. He says, see that you fear every man his father or his mother, and that you keep my Sabbaths. So is there anything wrong with respecting your mother and your father? Is there anything wrong with us sitting around here saying, I'm going to make a pact with myself, but with other people and with an unseen deity, that I'm not going to, you know what I mean, disrespect my moms and my pops? Oh, hold on. Somebody said music too loud. Hold on. Oh, my bad. How about that? Boom. He says, make a pact that you're not going to respect your mother and you're not going to disrespect your mother and your father. You know, for people that says like, hey, have a problem with this, man, it's like, what kind of person is this? You're not going to disrespect your mother and your father. Yeah, what kind of person is this that has a problem with a list of rules? And one of the list of the rules is saying like, hey, man, be dope, be holy. Don't just be a common person. You know what I mean? Set the bar high. You know what I mean? Somebody's like, somebody says, no. So what's the opposite of that? You say, I don't want to. Them commandments is, or whatever they. I don't know what they really say. They're lame ass excuses. But you look at it and you say, so you have a problem?
They talk about they don't want to do the stuff like putting on the fringes and celebrating feast days, stuff like that. They don't want to do that stuff.
That's what I mean. And I say, and what is the problem?
That's it. There's no problem with it. It's just that they don't want to do it.
You just don't want to do it.
Yeah, that's fucking rebellious.
And that ain't good enough for me. That right there. And I don't think that that's going to pass for anything that you want to involve yourself in seriously. Like say you in the Olympics, and they say you got to wear this patch with this number on it, with your flag on it, from what country you from. Oh, dumbass motherfucker says, oh, I don't want to. What do you think is going to happen? You think these people are going to compromise with him?
Heck no.
You think, and this guy right here, he says Battle Axe hates personal choice. How is it a personal choice?
Will you see that?
This is how you become royal. You can choose not to be royal, but then that means that you're not needed. What necessity do we need with a unroyal black man? You know what an unroyal-minded black man is capable of? Go and turn on one of the latest artists' music videos. Go turn on that dude Lil Nas. That's an ungodly, unroyal black man with choices. That is personal. We don't, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. People are trying to make it seem like personal choices and free thought and all this stuff is something new. People are trying to talk like as if, well, let's just go off of our morals, as if that was something like that's new. Completely delusional, failing to realize that this is exactly what we have been doing. Is living off of just personal choices, individualism. Everybody just looking and looking out for themselves. Nobody actually literally sitting around saying, man, let's work together. And as we work together, let's have some rules and regulations set up so we can keep building together and keep members involved in what we're going to be doing, instead of people making mistakes or bullshit popping off because one person over here or another thinks that he can get away with something because no one can see him. That's the whole element where the God comes in, because people do things, they act differently when they know they're being watched. You're going to act differently. But when people think that they're not being watched and they can get away with things, you'll see them act a little bit extra, to say just the least. They'll be extra. That's the reason why he's like, no, we got to have God believing individuals first and foremost. If you don't believe in God, can't nobody really trust you. Because then we know that when you're alone, you're going to really be thinking that you're alone. What? Back it up. Because when you're alone, you're going to actually really be thinking that you're alone. Which can lead to negative results. And people say, well, not me. I'm just saying, but we ain't just talking about you, though. We're talking about black people. Black people must believe that there is a God. They must know that there is a higher force that's consciously aware and present over watching you. So when you think that you can get away with doing something bad, no. You got to know in the back of your mind, no, I can't. I have eyes burning down on me right now. I got a spirit relaying my thoughts to God about me doing something crazy, like literally right now. You be like, damn. That's what people gotta know. Without people thinking consciously aware of a deity that's overlooking them, man, they're going to do something. They become a liability. Some people just do it when opportunity calls. Like the scripture says, it said, man, some men, they have no sin because they haven't had any opportunity to. So you don't know what a person, you don't know if a person is a, you don't really know if a person is a thief if he grew up middle class. You don't know if he's a thief or not. He's never been put in a situation where he had to realize that he doesn't have and he doesn't got coming the things that he wants. You just can't say it. Say he ain't never stole. You no, he never went without first. Then let him go without. Let him grow up seeing it. Then you'll see if he's a thief. That's the same thing, man, when it comes down to our people. A lot of people is doing these things because they think that they can either get away with it because no God is seeing them, or they got that Christianity, knowledge of good and evil doctrine inside of them. That at the end of it, they're all going to, retire from all their wicked deeds and their wicked thoughts. On their last few years of their life. And be accepted into heaven. These are all things that keeps our people from undermining an authority of God, man. He says, can you screen share this so people can see? They just don't just hear us talking.
What are we getting?
This blue letter in Leviticus 19.
All right.
He says, see that you fear every man his father and his mother, that you keep my Sabbath, and that you keep my Sabbaths. So respect your mother and your father, and respect your ultimate father, and keep his Sabbaths. I don't know why anybody would try to say that we don't have to keep those. There's nothing wrong with that. Like you got to ask yourself the question, and you got to come up with a viable answer, not with no ignorance, but for real. Like you got to come up with information, like on why we shouldn't have family reunions every week. You got to ask yourself, like, when's the last time you had a family reunion then? And if you had one, that wasn't a freaking funeral, because usually, honestly, man, family reunions usually be when black folks, when somebody dies, man. And that's sad.
Yeah, that's facts.
That's sad, man. That's really effed up, man. It's a problem that we got, man. And that people are just trying to overlook, like, oh, you know, it ain't me, you know, that type of attitude. We'll move out of that neighborhood or whatever they say. You be like, what the fuck? You like, you don't understand the system that's being set up. This shit is fucked up. No, go all the way up. That was number actually 3, 19 and 3. All right. You know, he said, keep my Sabbaths. You know, he says, turn you not unto idols. And it's not just meaning just these statutes or anything, man. It'll be anything that you actually hold in high reverence also. Role models. This is how you become a real royal person, is by you honoring your mother and your father. These are behaviors that people that you got to have. This is behaviors that you got to expect your kids to display. This is how royal people should be seen. When somebody says, what does a royal person look like? How is that lifestyle? And what is the behavior that these people would be displaying? You got to look, and these are the things that they have to be doing to be a royal person. We talk about for that black royalty, that people look at them pictures and they see that African king and that African queen standing around in the sunset with, you know what I mean, gold and tight animal skins and things like that or whatever, garments and jewels and shit. And them dudes, man, they had a certain way of conducting themselves. It wasn't just a dress code. They didn't just have just a dress code. There was a way that they actually operated themselves. And our people are failing to grasp on to the handbook that actually will re-elevate you, put you back in that same position of mind also that you was when you was in Africa. Reigning as kings and queens, gods and leaders, commanders and generals, mighty soldiers, man, honorable women. Like they are completely just like saying like, oh, we don't need that. You'd be like, but have you ever looked into it and actually looked at the purpose? Because I just now read it in Exodus 19 and 3 to 6. And he was saying like the purpose of these law, statutes, and commandments is to make you holy people. So I don't, so when people try to tell me, is it your job to teach the whole world the law, statutes, and commandments? I'd be like, no. And people it's like throwing cold water in their face. They can't believe that your answer is just that flat. Like, no. Like, what? You're like, I don't know. I just don't see it. I'm looking in the contract. In the contract, it doesn't mention that. I understand that you guys are seeing some things in prophecies, but if you actually go and look and investigate some of these things and go a little further, you actually find out it's talking about like Israel. So I'm gonna go right back to the contract and say, no, I don't think my job is to save the world. My job is to become a royal people above all nations.
I was going to say, just for instance,
I got to be looking to elevate above them. What's that? I
was going to say, just for instance, you know what I mean, according to the Passover, no heathens can keep that. So if the law, statutes, commandments can't be for everybody.
Right. Can't be. So there's certain laws that we can, there's certain things that we can eat. There's certain things that we can't eat, but they can.
God.
So it's like, nah, man.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that Black people got to realize too, man. We got to learn how to look. We got to learn how to look at ourselves as our people, and safe keep the importance of who we are, and work on our issue. As long as we're dividing our focus up with other nationalities, that's when we're diluting our effect. We're not targeting we're not targeting the set goal appropriately. We're diverting our attention. You don't need to worry about other nationalities because the so-called Black men got to catch up first. Yeah, I said it.
Exodus 3, man. I mean, Ezekiel. It's Ezekiel 3.
Ezekiel 3. That's right. So we're at 4. He says, you cannot turn on the idols, follow after celebrities, and follow after role models. And this is in the sense of these people being contrary to the law, statutes, and commandments. You shall not turn on the idols, nor make you gods of metal. I am the Lord your God. When you offer your peace offerings unto the Lord, you shall offer them that you may be accepted. And it shall be eaten the same day you offer it, and on the morrow. But whatsoever is left on the third day shall be burnt in the fire. And the people are like, well, we don't institute these things right now. You're like, well, maybe not now, but I can tell you this: maybe you ought to not be sitting around there eating 4 or 5 day old leftovers. How about that? Royal people can't be seen eating 3 or 4 day old leftovers. That's bad food. Yeah, that's bad food. He said, if it be eaten the third day, it shall be unclean and not accepted. All right. So that's pertaining to an offering of God, but I can take that as whatever food that you're eating now. If you're eating 3 or 4 day old leftovers, you shouldn't eat it. And we can actually look at that as in a way to where we can get down to the nitty and gritty, and it's like, shit, maybe you ought to not even eat ready-made food that said it's already been cooked. That's old. Yeah, I said it. It's old. Older than 3 or 4 days. Or if it is, man, you might, if you're gonna be eating that, you don't bring none of that stuff to no holy day. Don't bring in none of your hot pockets to the Shabbat. In other words, man, we got it.
What about fruit that's been picked?
Huh?
What about fruit that's been picked?
No, fruit that's been picked is good as it is. It's as good as it is good. You know what I'm saying? It's as good as it is good. But these are talking about burnt
offerings. All right, cool. Yeah.
Right. So like cooked food. So you got already cooked food.
Yeah. That makes sense though. Can't get past
like
it.
It's easy to say, like, okay, when we throw festivities, we should use fresh food. Use fresh food. Don't come through with your hot pockets and your El Monte or El Monterey burritos.
God.
It ain't nothing to put in a little work and bring some fresh food. All right, that's royal. That's royal shit. Excuse my language, but that's how you be royal. He says,
Come.
"He that eats shall bear his sin, because he has defiled the hallowed things of the Lord, and that soul shall perish from among his people." Now here goes another one right here. When you reap down the ripe corn of your land, you shall not reap down the utmost borders of your field. All right. So you don't go into and harvest every branch, every grain. Neither shalt thou gather that which is left behind in your harvest. You know what I'm saying? When you go on initial harvest, there will be some branches that you left behind. They're called the gleanings. You don't go back and get the gleanings, start gleaning the gleanings. You let the poor glean the gleanings. That's why he says, thou shalt not pluck in all thy vineyards clean. All right? You don't pluck none of your vineyards clean. Neither gather in the grapes that are overscaped, but thou shalt leave them for the poor and stranger. I am the Lord your God. You know, in other words, he knows what's best for a system to operate, for a country to still look good. You show up to the country and you're not going to find filthy people starving on the side of the streets. These same people, what they will have still food that's set aside for them. It's like, oh, y'all harvesting this week? Like, yeah, like, all right, cool. I'll be back. Like, this is my come up day now. Like, why are you like? Because I'm poor. And the rich people got to leave something behind. But the rich people got to leave stuff behind. Whatever that he uses over here, whatever he uses this land to grow, like, I can come through and get some of this after he's done harvesting. And he's not allowed to even harvest on the edges. That's all going to be me, my homeboy, and whoop whoop. Like, we're going to have this.
Yeah, so you don't have to go inside they shit. That's
right. And so poor won't be as poor.
Yeah.
Because they can go through this.
That's helpful. That's a rule.
Your whole land. Because as you're harvesting, you're not allowed to harvest all the way down. Like apple trees or have you ever harvested like a fruit tree? When you harvest a fruit tree, most of the fruit will be ready at one point in time, like almost at the exact same time. You know what I mean? You're getting all those, I had a last house I lived at, I had a peach tree, and then I'll get all the apricot tree. I'll get all the apricots off, but then there will be just some apricots that's still left behind that either you couldn't really reach or you didn't feel like reaching because you just got so much abundantly at reach. Or they wouldn't be as ripe. They came a little, like maybe a week behind or something like that. So you'll see them, you'll be like, okay, you know what I'm saying? Those ones need to go a little bit longer anyways. Well,
you're supposed to leave that for them.
Those off. I would take those off and give them to people. You know, you've seen probably maybe a bag or two. Not because I'm just trying to say like, oh yeah, these are the poor people. It was just more like, yeah, okay, I got all the fucking, I got all the apricots on lock. You know what I mean? I'm the richest dude with the apricots. Like whoever got the apricots right now, I'm like, you probably ain't as rich as me in the apricots. So with that being said, I'm gonna give to everybody who is lacking of the apricots, and I was giving people apricots. That's what, you know, that was from the glean. So in our land, that would be something that poor people can rely on, so they don't become suicidally poor, self-destructively poor, lack of motivation poor. They'll always know. They're like, no, man, you know what I mean? I'm going through a rough time right now. You're like, you know, but spring is about to end, and it's about to be watching for these fruits to start ripening. So I'm gonna just keep my eye on them apricots. Like, what? You're like, I'm gonna have to keep my eye on them apricots. I'm gonna be going into business selling apricots this year. That's that. You know, I'm gonna set me up a stand. I'm gonna be on the side of the road. And for all the people that's traveling up and down the highways, having a little vacation, I'm gonna be sitting right there, slinging my apricots. Like, what's up? Fresh fruit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's what you know. So it'll make it to where when you look inside our country, it would be better than all other countries. Even our poor people won't even be looking too shabby. You be like, man, that was your poor people. You be like, yeah, that was actually one of them poor guys I actually give money to every week. He's poor. He's out here every week asking for money. They be like, dang, man, that dude rolling around in the bins. You be like, yeah, I mean, what? Like, okay, well, I guess he won't be poor too long. It's because we all give them money and we leave money around for them. We leave resources for them around. So our people in this land, you don't be poor for longer than 3 years unless you just on some type of quest to be poor. So got to ask yourself a question. Is there a problem with doing this? Wouldn't the world be a better place, or any world that instituted that principle? Wouldn't that be a better place to be in? Of course it would be. So when people say, oh man, I don't want these laws, statutes, and commandments, I hate that book. You be like, what is your problem? Are you out of your mind? If you actually read this and we was able to actually implement these things, don't you know how easy everyone's life would be? This will make your life will be wonderful. Whether you are in power or whether you're just a regular people. You can either be a royal priest, you're going to be living it up, all the way down to just the royal people. Y'all going to be royal. Even the poor people of your race will be balling. It'll take one season of food for him to pick himself up and start his own business, slanging fruit, slanging vegetables.
Yep. Each harvest, each harvest, he go to a different harvest to sell that for the vegetable that he get.
Come on, man. Doing fine. Always got employment. Won't be sitting around here talking like America, always talking about like employment shortages and unemployment rising and all that stuff they say. You like, why don't y'all stop gleaning the fields then? Shit. Why don't you guys try that out for a principle? You got it in the Bible that if y'all left some of this stuff out here for people, you know what I'm saying? Not so many people would have the excuse that they don't have a job or they don't have no means of coming up with a reliable source of what is that word? Reliable source of income. So lucky. I'm just lost for words. But they're coming up with a reliable source of income. Like, yeah, I own my own business. Just started last season. Like, what season? Like the season when they harvested all those onions. I slang onions. I'm the onion man. Watch this. He says, when you Salakia, I'm at 11. He says, you shall not steal, neither lie, neither deal falsely one with another. So we all know that there's nothing wrong with us making a commitment to each other that we won't steal. You shall not swear by my name falsely, that y'all defiles not the name of your God. I am the Lord. So you can't say that you are an Israelite and you're not representing any of the principalities and guidelines that an Israelite is supposed to be identified by from this book. If you just saying, yeah, I'm an Israelite, but you are acting common, your conversation is common, your dress code is common. What you're doing is you're defiling the reputation that is supposed to be tied to godly people or a man of God. That's what Christianity teaches you how to do that every day. Christianity has enabled the so-called black man and black woman and child to defile the name of their God, defile the reputation of their God. Their God ain't known to be getting down with that. Your God ain't known to be allowing y'all to be dressing with your booties out. Your God didn't allow you to be walking around. He didn't. Your God ain't known for your pants to be down to your thighs. That's not what your God is known for. So why are you trying to say that you know God or you have a relationship with God and all that? But at the end of the day, no, you don't. Because you don't even show that you have listened to anything that comes from God. Shalom, man. What's going on with you, Aratazah? Shalom, Maranatha. Shalom, Bayah. Shalom, Bayah.
Shalom, Bayah. Maranatha.
Shalom, Kings. Malak, Battle Axe to the chat. Shabbat Shalom.
Yeah, man, we're just getting in on these laws. It's finished, you know what I mean, picking up from where we left off last week. We wasn't on the same book or anything, but it's the same interrogation round, man. I'm like, I want to know if any of these people that has been rejecting the knowledge that comes of God in this book, do they have any type of valuable response to why they're not accepting beneficial recommendations? I got to get down to the source of their denial, and if there is no source, they actually have no reason to be saying it, then this foolishness needs to cease. This foolish behavior and this patty-whacking, temper tantrum, childish response has to be left behind, man. If these same individuals is talking about the growth of black man and the growth of black woman, they about black power and black power and black power, and they hate white supremacy and all this, you're like, whoa. Can you come up with a reason why you are dissing these guys that's coming up with some pretty damn good suggestions out of that book? Can you tell me why these suggestions should be disvalued? These guys are just saying we shall not steal, neither lie, neither deal falsely one with another. So you're not allowed to be scamming black folks. You're not allowed to be trying to get extras from your own people. That's dealing falsely with people, man. If you charge one person $30 for this item, you got to charge everybody $30 for that item. If you look at one dude and say, hey, man, you need to stop cutting people off when they talking. Well, the next guy that does it, you need to tell him too. Hey, same thing as I told him. You need to stop cutting people off while they talking. I don't care if it's your best friend. I don't care if he's been on this panel with you from the beginning. That shit got to stop. So people can know. People will look and be like, no, man, there's justice going on around here. These dudes right here are not people pleasers. They're trying to get shit right. That's somebody that said, you know what? I'm wholeheartedly about getting us right. You would look at somebody and you don't care who he is in your relation. You would let him know when he's wrong. Like, you're wrong. You're like, you got to stop all that. Like, well, you're like, nah, man, we ain't building this way. If I have to tell him this, I have to tell you too. How you going to display the behavior and put yourself out there anyways like an idiot? I just got done from telling him. And you're going to do it? It's on you to get embarrassed. That's how it has to be. So the behaviors can not only be identified, but they can be easily corrected. Easily corrected. Don't have to make this big deal out of just making a redirection in the way that you're getting down. He's a
I can bring out a scripture if I could.
Yeah.
Okay. This is James 2:8. It says, if ye fulfill the royal law according to the scriptures, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself, ye do well. Verse 9. But if ye have respect of persons, ye commit sin and convinced of the law as transgressors.
Come. Perfect, man. Heck yeah, man. That's a
Because
you are being respected of a person. You're not Torah, man.
yeah, and that's like just like somebody showing favoritism, and there's a lot of favoritism they go on like on really like corruptible levels, such as like in a family household. If you treat one sibling better than the other one, you will lower the self-esteem. That's like, you know what I mean? It actually affects the one who's receiving less love or less attention, or you know what I mean. Just like you're supposed to give everyone a certain type of common courtesy. You know what I mean? But
Yep.
the way we think, it's like, what have you done for me lately attitude. Everybody has the evil eye. Everybody wants to get over on one another, talk down to one another, belittle one another. And then you want to exalt one another in this low state that we in, calling each other's queens and kings, when you really know you're getting your ass kicked, you down on the ground, and they count to 10.
That's the truth, man. You know, and that's a big problem. Favoritisms, like you said, man, it makes the other person feel a certain way, man, and it's not cool. It doesn't go down well. And secondly, man, you're not really being authentic. Do you really? Do you really think that what you're doing is actually acceptable by God? I don't even know how people accept that themselves when they have that favoritism. He's like, shit, you better tell him, because you know that when you getting on somebody else, you know dang well that it's if they actually listened, they would be better. So the person that you're showing favoritism to, you're actually just letting them get away with things that's going to cause them to even just be worse. That's the thing, man, that people are not realizing.
That's a fact.
It's like
Yeah.
that respect as a person's things
Like spoiling.
is an enabling, huh?
It's like spoiling somebody.
Yeah, it's like spoiling the kid.
Yeah.
It's just like spoiling the kid. Like, yeah, like temporarily the kid looks satisfied, but it's going to have a life of just issues that was never really even necessary.
God.
And we never know how they're going to actually play out too. It's kind of like a box of Cracker Jacks. You don't know what you're going to get on the inside, but you know it's going to be
That's
something that you're not going to really be too excited about.
Hey,
Yeah, man. He didn't get the rules that everybody else got. He got to do whatever he want. You know what I mean? As far as a spoiled child. So therefore, you know what I mean, he's gonna think like that and grow up like that. And he's gonna run into a lot of problems. You know what I mean? Because there's rules you gotta follow everywhere you go.
Yep. And
That's real.
just to hit on a personal note, I think I kind of mentioned it last week, how I kind of had I got the rod when I was young. You know what I mean? I got a lot of ass, and another thing I see is my brothers and sisters didn't really get them butt whoopings, and they kind of and I feel like I was lucky because I didn't require that attention that they gave the rest. You know what I mean? It could have affected me in bad ways, but I actually looked at it as, I'm stronger than them. I can actually do it without all that patting on the back, applauding, you know what I mean? People giving you compliments and shit. You know what I mean? I do it because it needs to be done.
Con, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Same here, man. I used to get the extra heat. I know exactly what you're talking about, man. I was like, damn. And yes, it took me a long time. But then one day I did realize exactly what you said. I was like, oh, okay. It's because I'm stronger. It's because they already know that I can take all this type of redirection. all this correction, while the other ones, they ain't gonna be able to even handle this, man. And I'm not talking about the actual ass whoopings. I'm talking about the mental part that came along with realizing that you're getting whoopings more than everybody else. I was like, okay.
And one thing my father, my stepdad, I look at him as my father. One thing he always used to say was, "I'm an example." You know what I mean? Which I didn't understand at the time because I got two older brothers, mind you. But he always used to emphasize, "You an example." I'm wondering in my head, what are you talking about? I'm trying to live just like everybody else. You know what I mean? I ain't trying to be no example for nobody. But as I grew up, I actually understood what he meant.
Yeah, that's real, man. All praise to both like Halal Ha'abah, man.
All praise King.
He says, you shall not, my bad. Yeah, you shall not beguile your neighbor with wages. That's right. Okay. Yeah, it has a real weird word right here. Okay, neither rob him violently, neither shall the workman labor abide with you, or neither shall the workman's labor abide with you until the morning. In other words, man, pay a person, man. We got to stop taking advantage of our people, borrowing things, and then not giving it back, or hustling off our own people. These are the things that somebody says we ought not to have in our community. And it doesn't make it's nonsensical to when someone stands up and says, let's throw these principles away. That's a nonsensical person to me. And this person needs to grow up.
Yeah.
Because there is nothing wrong. And they would have to prove to our people, like, no, we should allow this in our community at some time. You're like, sometimes? You're like, yeah. Like, and what scenarios should it be that we should allow one black man to take advantage of another black man or not pay him after he didn't had him work for him? Like, tell me when. How is that scenario going to be an exceptional scenario? And we can wait around for them all day. They'll never be able to come up with it because that's stupid. It's stupid to go against these rules. Like, just by looking at each rule individually, you'd be like, to go against that will be, for me to say that we shouldn't do this would be a stupid statement that will come from me. I would literally be sitting here just saying stupid things now. I know good darn well that is a highly valuable principle. So he says at 14, he says, you shall not curse the deaf, neither put a stumbling block before the blind. Yes, and it has multi-levels. We got literal deaf and blind people. And of course, don't be messing with the handicap. And you got to ask the question, should we allow people to get away with messing with handicapped people?
No.
And it's like, come on, man. No, these are beneficial laws. There's a law that actually rebukes you messing with the handicap. And a lot of our people is mentally handicapped also. So when people are coming through with doctrines that is allowing you to sin, like let's just say Christianity, you can always show them as a good example or a bad example. You can always show them as an example. Christianity, they teach you can eat pork based off of some stuff that they got off of Paul when Paul was talking about something, addressing somebody about something completely different. But they took that and they're like, oh, you can eat pork. And you're like, no, it's just a person that actually doesn't know the scriptures, or a spiritually blind individual would believe that you can eat pork.
Come.
So we we see a lot of our people falling victim to that right there, or they are in violation to that law all the time. But that's just another instance to where we can see like why putting a stumbling block or cursing the deaf can be a real problematic issue, because now we see our people are leading the death race, the race of death. It's almost as if we're competing with everybody, the way that we just excel in early deaths.
Praising it.
You know? Yeah, we love death.
And the music and the movies.
Come on,
even
man.
even in when you walk outside in your neighborhood.
That's real talk. All about death. You go to jail, and you know all they're talking about is who done been killed, who got killed. The homie over here, he got killed this and that. I remember when he got killed, he got shot right in the face. My cousin was standing right there. I remember when I see somebody die the first time I seen them, somebody get their brains blown out. And you be sitting there like, damn. Is that like a new war story? A new, you know, or not a new war story, but a new rite of passage? Talking about this frivolous war story? This useless fucking feud that doesn't empower Black people in any way, shape, or form? You're like, this is insane. That's how you know that people, when people say, man, we don't need to read the Bible, we just need to build and just try to, you be like, you're a traitor to sit here and say that, because you have no idea what you're doing. You're opening up the floodgates.
That's right.
To crazy ass people to do crazy things still. You're like, now now we're just gonna be isolated with these people. We ain't gonna have no police. No, the white man. Yeah, I said it. We ain't gonna have the white man coming through to, you know, to at least keep some of this stuff in some sensible manner. Because if they didn't have these police patrolling up and down these streets, who would we have? It's making these brothers feel a little nervous about the things that they do, or being a little, like, I guess, kind of careful. This place to turn into straight mayhem, man, because it's not because the white man is great or his position is actually solely needed. It's because these people is crazy as freaking heck. They rotten to the core. They love this stuff. And the music is constantly reinforcing it over and over. I'm talking about, it's a reinforcement of just completely demonic behavior. People talk about dying and going to hell, and you like, and then what? You're like, yeah, be tormented by demons. And you're like, oh yeah. You're like, what about, you know, in them hoods though? That shit looks like a living hell. And then them people running around in there, like, I'm talking about them, some of them people, they demons. Yep. They love this stuff.
And you know, where the killer is they know this. They actually know these things, that they've been influenced by outside influence. It's not their own doing. You know what I mean? That's why I say we innocent, but we guilty at the same time. Because you guilty because you're not thinking. You ain't worshiping the Most High. You going around doing your own thing, and you think you a God.
Right. True talk, man. True talk. Thinking that they are God, becoming their own deity, and then they end up abolishing anything outside of what they are imagining. Like it says in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 7. That's I was going to slide to that scripture later on. But that's what he's talking about too. He's like, man, these people, man, he said, y'all worse than your forefathers. Every man's going after the wickedness of his own imagination, man. And one of those imaginations is people thinking that they're kings and queens. They real niggas, you know what I mean? And you can see what they mean, or what methods that they use to determine if you're a real nigga. And you'll see, you be like, what the fuck? You like, excuse my language. You like, that's a real nigga? I don't want to be that. Anybody that talking about that is somebody that is self-destructive and problematic to others around them. That's a real nigga? No, you're a real problem. You're not a real nigga. You're a real problem. I guess you trying to say you a real man when you say you a real nigga. No, you a damn fool. You a real problem, real product of the
I
so-called
call
white
him
man.
I call him Frankenstein's monster. The white man being Frankenstein, and they the monster that he created after that. You know what I mean? Trying to bring
Real
back some to
ignorant.
life. They walk around like zombies.
For real, man. That's the truth, man.
No, they're real ignorant.
Right, mad of some creation from a mad scientist.
Mm-hmm.
All kinds of dead parts, dead body from over here, dead doctrine, a dead ideology, a useless way of thinking from here, useless way of. Yeah, I get it. That's a good way of seeing it. I like
Black
that.
power.
Yeah, that's a good one. And you know what I'm saying? But they got to sit here and get over these things, though. They got to come back. They're not allowed to just stay in the realm of denial. Somebody should be pressing them dudes. That's why you see none of them popping up. If these dudes were really for real, they would have been standing on it. But they can't stand on this, man. That's why every time you see them saying these things, all it is just denial. I don't give a F about it. I don't give a damn about none of that. You be like, no, but tell me why I should join you in that thing. Because you're talking about building with black people, so I guess you want us to be like you, or you have, a level of leadership. So why should I follow after that statement you just said?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you can tell me something that's better than this, I definitely will investigate. But come on, you're not allowed to just sit here with this denial and think that you're really saying anything.
Hey, let's get our money up, bro.
Yeah.
That's all they got to say,
Material.
you know what I mean?
Yeah. That's real.
They
right there,
actually
19
don't.
and 15. You shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. You shall not respect the person of the poor. There we go again. That goes with that James you brought out.
Mm-hmm.
So you shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. You shall not respect the person of the poor, nor honor the person of the mighty. But in righteousness shalt thou judge your neighbor. In other words, man, no favoritisms. Nobody cares about how many views you got. No, none of that stuff means anything. Nobody cares about any of your degrees. And ain't nobody gonna be sitting here feeling sorry for you either because you don't have any of these things. So, and on one hand, ain't nobody about to be sitting out here bowing down to nobody. And on the other hand, you're not supposed to be sitting around there feeling sorry for folks either. What? That's what that means. Why you shall not do unrighteousness in judgment. You shall not respect the person of the poor. You should not just be feeling sorry for people because they poor. Oh man, hey, he's stealing. He's stealing from somebody, or they dope dealing. Like, yeah, but that is bad. They got to stop doing that shit because that's poison. You selling dope. Oh man, he just trying to make his money. I don't give a shit. I don't care that he's just trying to make his money. He needs to stop pumping poison into the neighborhood because people ain't handling it right. It's killing people, causing people to lose their whole sense of life. He's like, or you shall not honor the person of the mighty. Sitting around there bowing down or glorifying or highly esteeming somebody because they either rich or they're buff or
Popular.
They're mean looking or anything that would alter the way that you're going to actually deal with this person. He said you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to be scared. Tell him. You see this, me and Malak, we go out and we go wake the people up, and there's some crazy looking people that we be literally interrupting. You can tell they're thinking about other things and everything. Hey man, we gotta say something though. I know, and yes, in any other natural setting, if we wasn't wearing what we wearing, this dude would probably not respond correctly, or he probably wouldn't respond too nicely. But F it, you got to still say something to him. You cannot honor the person of the mighty. He said, but in righteousness shalt you judge your neighbor. You shall not go up and down as a talebearer or a private accuser among your people. Neither shalt thou stand against the blood of your neighbor. You shall not go up and down as a talebearer. In other words, you shall not be a private accuser. You're not supposed to go up and down, bringing up, trying to dig up dirt on people, being a man of gossip.
Yeah, telling people business.
Yeah, man.
They love doing that.
Come on, man. They gotta stop this shit. You know, people gotta get themselves out of this effeminate mind state, man. And the women got to stop thinking this way too, because they passing this stuff down. They're not realizing, but they learning and they mimicking behaviors of their sisters and their moms, and they gotta get that in check. They gotta like,
don't start, bro.
You know, it's the truth though. You know, a lot of people.
Yeah.
You even got people now. You know what I'm saying? They clap when they argue.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, they just learning from their sisters and their moms, man. I'm like, every step of the way too. That's why music sounds the way that it sounds. It's because people is trying to appeal to their moms and their sisters in the background. Their moms and their sisters in the background wanting to shake their tail. So they just keep on making songs about the objectifying of women's bodies. People don't understand that these things are tied to certain shit, man. And a lot of it comes down to the lack of a father in the home. That's why it says that, man, we're supposed to be honoring our mother and our fathers. But our mother and fathers are supposed to be actually honorable. Shalom, Nala. What's going on there? Shabbat Shalom.
Shalom. Yeah, so I was just saying, like, this has to do with like homeboy syndrome as well. Like when you see like, oh, your brother or your sister doing something that's not right, but don't want to correct them because that's sis or that's bro. No, you know what I'm saying? That goes for that too. Like it's the same thing.
Right. That is, man. You know, that's following after the crowd. You still being a respecter as a person.
Right. That's my homeboy. He could do that. No, it's not. He got to be rebuked just as well as everybody else.
Right. You got to let him know, man. Because it says that you got to do these things, because if you don't, you be suffering sin upon you suffer sin upon yourself. Watch. We're going to go down, but we're going to read it more. But as we read down, I think it's 18 right there. Is if you... Let me make sure. Oh, man, it wasn't right there. It's actually in, I think it's Leviticus 5. It's when somebody's doing something and you don't say nothing about it. You actually end up suffering sin. That's what it is, Leviticus 5. You end up suffering sin upon yourself. So it's almost like you become an enabler. You become an enabler either with your silence or with your perversion of judgment. You know dang well, say somebody's about to go out and go steal something and then they break into a house. And you was like, hey, and they believe in God. You're like, hey, man, for real, man, God, he gonna watch y'all do that stuff, and y'all, he's probably gonna judge y'all. You never know when he is. You shouldn't steal, man.
Yeah, it is Leviticus 5. You talking about the secondhand sin?
Secondhand sin.
Yeah.
So, and then they go out and steal and say somebody gets shot and killed. You're going to feel guilty if you didn't say something. You can be like, damn, man, You're like, I knew they was about to go steal, man, and I should have said something. And instead, I just sat back and I guess I let them go get killed. You would know that in the back of your mind, you didn't do your part. And that'll affect you. And the reason why it'll affect people, especially if it was like somebody that they love, say it was like your brother or something, your cousin, or your son, you like that, something like that, man, you would really be sitting there like, man, I should have said something. So if you can relate to that when it comes down to a direct family member, you should be able to extend that to even your friends. Extend that to even now strangers. Just look out for your people. Other than that, man, when some shit goes wrong, man, you're gonna know why you're bearing guilt.
Hey, bro, if our brothers and sisters were to do this, money as we know it wouldn't even exist, because we would take care of one another. We would protect one another. You know what I mean? All of this stuff is God given anyway.
Poverty would plummet. It would never. You wouldn't even hear about it. We wouldn't really know about it. We were like, what is a bum? They're like, a bum. You're like, I never heard of that. Like, what does that look like? Like, you know, guys like real dirty out there in the streets. You be like, nah, man, we don't got that here. Like you go and see over there in the Jewish land, where the fake Jews is at. Them people, they ain't no bums out there. They don't got bums running up and down the street. They don't got tweakers and crackheads pissing on the sidewalks, sleeping in front of the doors of the McDonald's. That shit is non-existent there, man. That's how our kingdom is supposed to be. That's how Black people are supposed to be able to conduct themselves. And I say that I'm not just saying just the Jewish people, man. You're gonna look in a lot of places of the world. Not everywhere, but a lot of places in the world it's non-existent. Like Netherlands.
It's
Netherlands.
It's capitalism, bro. They don't understand it. You know what I mean? They think capitalism is the best thing since sliced bread, but actually, like even the word means like head of cattle when you go into the etymology. You know what I mean? It's a system that makes everything a commodity, even a man. That's why so much human trafficking goes on. They don't understand it. And it all started with the demise of the so-called Black man, woman, and child. And it led into the oppression of the world. You take out the head, the body follows.
True. Head of cattle. And who would be that cattle? You know, that's a rhetorical question. We know who the cattle is. The one they had in chattel slavery. So, capital is actually, according to what the brother of Rakataj just now brought out, real good one. It's actually balling off the enslavement of Negroes. That's capitalism. You have some Negroes, you enslaved them, most likely you're still rich. Like Ashton Kutcher got slave money. And Ashton Kutcher is just one of them that's still rich from slave money.
Yep, a lot of these banks hold, you know what I mean, are wealthy off of the slave money.
True. From slave money. All that gold that the American dollar used to be backed off of, All that still is tied to slavery. Watch this. He says, thou shalt not go up and down as a private accuser among your people, neither shall you help to shed the blood of your neighbor. I am the Lord. Thou shalt not hate your brother in your heart, but shall in any wise rebuke your neighbor, that thou bear not sin for his sake.
Con.
Yeah, because
It says right there. Go ahead.
Yeah, warning your brother, actually it cleanses you of, because you're actually a witness of his wickedness, so you can actually stop him, but ultimately the decision is his.
Con.
Right.
You would be clear of that sin, because if not, it would be like you riding along in the car. You're an accomplice.
That's right. That's the whole reason why it's real clear that when you get to Ezekiel chapter 3, he explains how we have blood on our hands, and you see it in Isaiah chapter 1 also. It said our hands is filled with blood, and it's because a lot of people, if you really look at us, we don't really tell people where they're going wrong. We don't tell them that they're breaking the commandments. That's not what we do as a people. As Black people, we just kind of worry about ourselves. If it ain't affecting us, we don't want to get involved. We just want to watch when somebody's getting knocked out, if somebody's getting beat up. We'll watch that. We'll get involved in that. But when somebody's actually just doing something wrong, we don't say nothing. And that stuff right there causes people to bear sins on themselves. So it don't be no wonder, or it wouldn't be no wonder when people figure out later on down the line that they got some ailment. They be like, man, I wonder what happened. I ate all the best foods. I never smoked cigarettes. Never did drugs. I wasn't an alcoholic. Well, I ate all my vegetables every day. And you be like, and how they die? Stomach cancer. You be like, Like, I don't know. I don't have no answer. Like, I got one. They probably suffered sin. They went out there telling their people that they breaking the commandments of God, while they were still breaking the commandments of God themselves in some way or another.
That's right. Hey, they call it stress.
Right. Yeah, stress.
Getting ulcers and high blood pressure. Your hair falling out.
Right. Colon cancer. And it's like, that's how those things get explained off. But when you go and look inside the ancient text, it's letting you know clear as day, man, it's sin. Y'all ain't keeping these laws, Black man and Black woman, Black child. And you guys think that you're going to always get away with it. You think that you can get away with it. Like as if God is something to not be actually taken serious. He says, keep these laws. And you're like, whatever. Oh, no. Okay. Now you're getting tripped on. And it's going to be in a way to where you might not even going to be able to make the connection. So other people can be tested still. People don't realize that either. That's why it says, like in the book of Ecclesiastes, even though Ecclesiastes 8, matter of fact, he says, even though somebody sins a lot and they're not, I'm just paraphrasing, and they're not speedily punished. It was like, they still know, just know this, it's going to go well for the righteous in the end. And it will not be going well for the unrighteous and the ungodly.
That's called saving up wrath. That's why you have mercy.
Yeah. Right. So it's
because
like
it would be justified, you know what I mean? because you don't let it pass, or giving warnings and warning, letting them know, hey, don't do this, don't do that. But eventually, that warning stops.
Right. The warning stops. That's when everything goes down. Or like they say, things start catching up to them. My age is catching up to me. Or all them cigarettes I smoked caught up to me. Like, nah, man.
Sin. That is sin. Yeah, that's sin.
Caught up to you. The wages of sin is death, man. And our people are playing with death like it's actually like they ain't gonna be fazed by it. Or like they ready for all that. But as far as they're concerned, they ain't never died before. Like, but wait a minute, have you ever died? You can ask them that, because most of these people, they don't believe in resurrection. So you say, have you ever died? No. What makes you think that you're so ready for that?
But you know what? Just the point of that, when I read the Bible and it says death, I actually look at it as like differently than dying. You know what I mean? Everybody dies, but death is like it's like extra. You're tormented, and you know what I mean? It's like a lot that suffering that come with that death.
Right. That's true. True. Way worse. Like, you're going to regret it.
Yeah, that's why the script said he was going to afflict you till you utterly destroyed, like completely. And that's more than just knocking you down till you fall. That's obliteration.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's
right.
That's where we in now. Utterly destroyed. Our people in an utterly destroyed state.
That's right.
Slow destruction, man. Slow, painful, dying, agony, miserable existence. You know? That right there is something that a lot of people think that they ready for, man. You ain't ready. What you ready for? It's what you trying to. What you ready for is what you imagining that you're gonna be getting when you're running from this wicked ass world. So-called black man, black woman, black child. They all sit here and can identify a big problem here. Everybody. You even got to be black to see that something's wrong. Anybody? So what do you say? Black men need to rise. Black women need to rise. We need to build together. I'm like, okay, so you are basically admitting that there's a problem. Okay. You say, well, these niggas over here, they got solutions. Oh no, I'm cool on those solutions. What do you mean you cool on these solutions? What's your solution? Well, I ain't got none.
You know, when it comes to like brothers like us, they our solutions, they bring it down to the bare minimum. Oh, we gotta start from scratch. You know what I mean? Like the world is too advanced to actually start from scratch anyway. You know what I mean?
Right.
The people of today know too much, even though, you know what I mean, we say things like we can't make a fire, or, you know what I mean, build a hut, but at the same time we are more resilient. We are resilient people. We've been through a lot. So we have to give us this benefit of the doubt when we go to talking about these certain things, instead of just saying, oh, you just go walk in the woods and go in, you know what I mean, walk into the wilderness. That's not how it's going to go at all. That's an exaggeration.
And you know what I say to them too? I say we all have, I'm gonna say everybody has all the knowledge, but with everybody, we would have all the knowledge. You know what I mean by that?
Of course, yep. That's right, King.
Not everybody is going to have all the knowledge. I get that. But with everybody, talk about black, we will have all the knowledge. We would have enough black people that knows about medicine. Not every black person needs to know medicine. But we do have enough black people in the United States that knows medicine. We got enough black people that knows construction. Not everybody needs to know construction, and not everybody knows construction, but we have enough black people in each area of construction to where we can say we can leave this country and retaining the knowledge of construction. Like, why? Because the construction workers will be black too. Same thing with the doctors. We'll be leaving with black doctors. We'll be leaving with black mechanics, black technicians. All these things, these people will sit here and try to argue and say what we should go and do, what everybody should do. You be like, but we have enough of them people already. Don't you realize that we are like a tree with fruit on it that is ripe now? All the way up into now, before the internet and all this stuff, we couldn't communicate with each other on the level that we was. So the fruit was there, but it wasn't ripe. Now the fruit is ripe. We can
Harvest
literally
time.
like we can, the stuff that we lacking, you can YouTube it. Literally.
Literally.
Like just I don't know how to dig a well. Does anybody here know how to dig a well? You be like, nah, man. You be like, wait a minute. Are you trying to say every nigga in the United States that came over here with us right now, we don't know how to dig a well? Like, nope. We did a vote. Nobody rose their hand. Oh shit. Does anybody have the phone? Whose phone is charged? It's that simple. Like what? Like this, I know the solution. Let me bust out my cell phone. Because no, us leaving this place and starting a kingdom somewhere else doesn't mean that we have abolished the concept of what we already know. So we would be leaving with a cell phone. Like, okay, let me go ahead and YouTube this for about it's a 45-minute video that's telling me how to do this. So I'll be right back in, I guess, an hour, and we're gonna dig a well. After I dig this one well, we're all gonna have the knowledge on how to do this forever. It's that simple.
The Matrix.
For real though, it is. Just download.
Yeah.
Just like the Matrix. That movie was too much on point. The first one was too much on point. It was just so much on point. So I'm like, come on. None of us had the excuse. Because when we were talking over here about going to Africa, people, man, well, how we gonna do that? We don't know this, and we don't know. How we gonna have irrigation? That right there pissed me off when somebody said it. I said, how we gonna have irrigation? I said, don't you know that that's a real basic principle? That's real easy. Irrigation. Like all societies was able to accomplish that. You don't have to be no damn team of rocket scientists to figure out how to irrigate water. Especially now that we're in 2021, you can buy a water pump. You could just buy a water pump. And depending on what size of the pump, it just depends on the pressure that's going to be applied to whatever amount of faucets that you're going to be using. Like this stuff is easy. It's all about pumps and tubes. That's it. No, maybe like one pump. One pump and a lot of tubing. And everybody will have running water. Get it from a water source or from a well. It's not hard. I don't know why people's going off thinking from a defeated stance. But let's read on. Watch this. He said, thou shalt not avenge yourself, nor bear hate in your mind against the children of your people, but shalt love your neighbor even as yourself. I am Yahweh or the Lord. And that right there is something that we need to actually take a hold of. That's a principle and a recommendation that we shall not overlook if we ever was thinking to leave this place and do something better than what we've been doing here, or do something great like whatever these people are imagining that they imagine themselves doing. I'm like, if you thinking that way, then we got to be sitting around here not trying to avenge ourselves, blood feuds, tit for tats. And that doesn't only go for that doesn't only go and apply towards like somebody killing each other. A lot of people are like, well, I don't do that. I don't be thinking about killing my people or nothing like that. You're like, all right, I'm cool with that. But what about just the little issues? You know? What about how your sister or something didn't pay you X amount of money back or something like that? Whatever. What about that incident? You know, are you willing to let that type of stuff go? Or or next time, you know, she come around, are you gonna try to hit her up for that money?
You know what my solution was to that?
What's the solution?
When I realized that when you expect, like, people may say things and not come in on their word, and it really disappoints you, right? And it causes you to distance yourself from them. So instead of doing that, I actually started giving out of the kindness of my heart. Stop caring, you know what I mean? Just saying, here, I don't expect nothing back. Even if you say I'm gonna give it back, it's yours. You know what I mean? And I expect nothing back.
That's
And
right.
that's basically what it was.
And that's on point. That's exactly my solution. Just give it to them. I don't want nothing. You just have it. That's it. Why? Because I don't want to be upset. I don't want
my
that.
brother
I don't want to be
or my
disappointed.
sister.
I don't want to sit here and put you even in that position to fulfill something that you probably ain't going to be able to actually perform, obviously, because you're already asking. Somebody says, hey, man, can I borrow $50 until next week? Hey, no, you can have $50. Why? Because obviously things is going kind of rough for you to where you are in need of $50. The next time you get $50, I don't want to take that from you because I know dang well that you needed $50 last week. So no, keep your money. Keep your $50. That was your 50. And things will go real square. And on the other hand, if the guy that is borrowing the money is like, man, no, I'm going to pay back what I owe, that's fine too. Then you make things really easy and smooth. But even if you don't come through with yours, you're gonna probably have to deal with it for not keeping your word. But the brother is like, no, man, you let that type of stuff slide, man. Don't even worry about that, man. At the end of the day, you was $50 strong. You was $50 in excess. So when this guy came through and said, I need $50, you was able to give it to him. Man, you had too much money anyways that day. That money was for you to give to him. The guy was like, you don't need to buy nothing. You need to give him $50. Why? Because he needs it. He actually needs 100. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that was your screen. I was making sure that was yours. So, watch this. At 19, correct? He said, you shall keep my ordinances. Let none of your cattle gender with a contrary kind. Neither sow your field with mingled seed. And neither shalt thou put on any garment of linen and woolen. And that is a manifold statement. And if you look inside of the Matthew's Bible, it's an old Bible. It's older than the KJV. They understood that it was a manifold statement themselves also. Not only it was giving you a surface direction on how you're supposed to be dealing with a farm atmosphere, like as in how you're going to sow your seeds and how are you going to keep your animals. Like that's cool. But it was actually in another way too. I'm gonna go a little deeper too. I'm gonna read to the side right here in the Matthews. Just listen up. It says, cattle may not gender with a contrary kind against the order of nature, much less reasonable creatures made to the image of God as men and women. What? Much less You see that? Reasonable, much less the reasonable creature made to the image of God as men and women. So let's look at this again now, according to how they were saying it. It said, keep my ordinances and let none of your men and women gender with a contrary kind. Neither sow your field with mingled seed. All right. And then right here it says, the field may not be sown with mixed seed. That is, our deeds and words may not be mingled with hypocrisy. All right. So,
man,
right.
that's real because when you planting that seed, that's sowing the field.
Right. So it shall not be mingled with hypocrisy. In other words, like another example of that is like when we lose our cool. We're not supposed to lose our cool. That's hypocrisy. If we here to gather our people, but then we don't want to read the commandments or we don't want to teach the commandments. That's hypocrisy. If we get on here and somebody says, I'm here to build. I'm Israelite. I'm here to build up our people. And you be like, oh, okay, I'm about to bust out these commandments. No, man, we shouldn't read these right now because these people, they don't want to hear that. You're like, that's hypocrisy. You shall not. Neither shall you sow your field with mingled seed, with hypocrisy. Neither shall you put on any garment of linen and woolen. And let's see how they meant by that. Neither may our garments be made of linen and woolen. That is, we may not mingle false doctrine with truth, or show a carnal and worldly life under pretense of religion. In other words, you can't just be on here just acting like a regular Negro. You can't be anywhere, not even online, but even out there. You can't be out there calling yourself an Israelite and you look just like, and you act just like, and you do just like a regular worldly person does in his lifestyle. You're nothing near what you ought to be.
Big ass fucking.
This is powerful stuff, man. He said, if a man do with a woman that is bond and has been meddled with all of another man, which neither is bought nor freedom given her, there shall be a pain upon it, but they shall not die, because she was not made free. All right. This is dealing with, obviously, servants and things of that sort. So you are, I guess, sleeping with somebody that you work with, or sleeping with somebody else's employee. Because I'm saying, if I have an employee and she's a woman, and I got you employed, and you guys all working on my farm with me, and you knock her up, and I didn't even give her to you, you're like, damn, man, I'm about to beat this nigga. Why are you like, this nigga got me fucking? She's knocked up now. I'm losing money. Now she's not going to be able to do her job because now she's going to be sitting around here for the next. Come on, man. She's out of service. No longer an employee. He says, and he shall bring, and that right there, because arranged marriages is actually needed in our back into the Black people's community. Because other than that, man, you can't rely on, a child to know what she really wants. You can't rely on it. You have the parents got to actually have something like to say also like, nah, man, did this person have this type of thing going for them? No. Does this person do this? Like, yeah, he does that. You're like, no, man, you can't marry this guy. This guy is on drugs. Like, but we're in love. No, you just don't know what's best.
Yeah, and that I've been trying to emphasize, like, when I speak to the brothers on certain topics, like, we have to establish that sex is sacred. like we call it sex and we make it so general, but it's actually like a bond. It's a marriage. It's two people becoming one, and we have to take this very seriously because anything in nature that is married, you can't just take it from, you know what I mean, take it apart. Like anything you
Con.
mix together is basically stuck together forever.
That's true. Like you know how birds, when you know they race pigeons and doves and stuff. You know that
Yeah,
they race them, but the way that they race
yeah.
them is because they get the doves that are married, the ones that has a mate, and they know that wherever you put a dove at, wherever he's at, if you take him from his mate and you put him wherever he's at, they say he will find his way to his woman. That is phenomenal to show you that, man. The bondage of marriage and the spiritual aspect that is applied to it is very important, and it's far beyond what we have been led to actually understand. It is far beyond that.
Hey, I'm trying to pull up this scripture, but that this goes actually into love because people they're actually spitting on love. You know what I mean? They treat it like it's meaningless, and the word is actually like a duty. It's a responsibility. It's more than just a word. You know what I mean? If I can grab it, I think it's Songs of Solomon 6 and 8, if I'm not mistaken. Um, 8 and 6. It says, "Set me as a seal upon thine heart, as a seal upon thine arm. For love is strong as death. Jealousy is cruel as the grave. Cold, the coals thereof are coals of fire, which have the most vehement flame." So, and what this is saying, like when love is angered, when it is, you know what I mean, it comes with a lot. It comes like, and this is I don't know that the subject is actually way deeper than we can actually touch on. You know what I mean? I just want to bring that out how this marriage is actually a love bond. You know what I mean? That's why I mentioned, you know how we wearing fila on our shoes, feet on our feet. Fila is that actually the Greek word for like love and shit. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So we walking on it. But you know what I mean? But we call our
Yep,
hair
it is.
afros, and we don't consider that. You know what I mean? We call it afro for Africa, but it's actually a Greek word which means like foam like. You know what I mean? Our hair is like foam. So you know what I
Damn,
mean?
that's a trip. Hell yeah. So I agree with that, man. People got the love thing twisted, not realizing, man, that's a very powerful element that that we actually supposed to be paying attention to, and we are losing the sense of that. We don't love we don't actually even stay dedicated towards each other, let alone actually show that we love each other. A lot of people, they just individuals, man. Individualism. But watch this. He said,
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
wanted
read
to
down.
ask a question too about this Leviticus 19 and 21.
What you got?
I got a question. Was Uriah and his wife, were they bondmen and bondwomen unto David?
I don't think so.
No.
I thought Uriah was part of the military.
Oh, okay.
If I'm not mistaken. I know that he was part of the military.
Oh, that was it.
Okay. Okay, well, it says at 20, right? I mean, 21. And he shall bring for his trespass offering unto the Lord, even unto the door of the tabernacle of witness, a ram for a trespass offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering before the Lord for his sin which he has done. And it shall be forgiven him as concerning the sin which he has done. And when you come to the land and have planted all manner of trees, whereof men eat, you shall hold them uncircumcised as concerning their fruit. Even 3 years shall they be uncircumcised unto you, and shall not be eaten of. And the 4th year, all the fruit of them shall be holy and acceptable to the Lord. In the 5th year may you eat of the fruit of them, and gather in the increase of them. I am Yahweh, your God. You know why? You know why he's saying that? That they had to be 3-4 years of cleansing of that food.
No, what happened? No, I ain't gonna lie. No, I don't.
Because the blood was defiled.
Con.
The blood defiled the land, and the land was defiled with blood. They were doing a lot of stuff over there on that same land. That's why immediately after he said this statement, what did he say? You shall not eat nothing with the blood. See that?
Yeah.
That's the reason behind that. You shall use no witchcraft. Because those people was a lot like they do today. Praying to strange gods for their harvests and their crops. Giving reverence and sacrifices and weird spells and stuff.
Wow.
Yes, like you see the dude, Miriam A says, what? Yeah. That's why you see like teriyaki sauce and all that, they got all this weird words and writings all over it. Because it's coming from some people that is wicked. They worship and they pray over their fields, man. Those people, them Buddhist people and them people out there, whatever the hell they worship in. People that speak in Mandarin and all that. They're all spiritual people. They're not spiritually inclined into the law, statutes, and commandments or the Bible or anything. But they be worshiping. You best believe that. The China man, the Hindu man, the Arabic man. They pray to their gods about their crops. And then on top of that, back then, these people were doing stuff on that same land that these people are going to actually, they're going to be eating off of. They're going to eat off of this same land that these people. Let's go to Leviticus 18 and 22 just real quick. This is what they're doing over there in that land. We'll start at 20. What's that? You shall not lie with your neighbor's wife. So these people was having sex with each other's, with people's wives on that same land. To defile yourself with her. Thou shalt not give of your seed to offer unto MALAK. So these people was child sacrificing. That thou defile not the name of your God, for I am the Lord. Thou shalt not lie with mankind as with womankind, for it is an abomination. So those people was over there having butt sex on that land. Thou shalt lie with no manner of beast to defile yourself therewith. They was actually having sex with animals. Neither shall any woman stand before a beast to lie down there too, for that is an abomination. So the women was having sex with animals. The women was letting animals have sex on them. Men was having sex with animals. Defile not yourselves in any of these things, for all these things are these nations defiled, which I cast out before you, and the land is defiled, and I will visit the wickedness thereof upon it. So the sins that they committed, not just the blood, but the sins that they were committing in the lifestyles that was actually being committed on those lands, or being conducted on those lands, was defiling the land too. As we see that you're not allowed to maintain your daughter as a whore, because that defiles the land also, right? So there's sins that are committed where there's no visible blood being shed. But that lifestyle itself, since the blood is the life, and the lifestyle is the blood. What? Since the blood is the life, the lifestyle can, in some instances, maybe even most, can be considered the blood. That's why you end up being blood guilty for other people's what? Lifestyles. This is how this all got to be put together. Now check this out. So we're gonna go back to where we were at Leviticus 19. Okay. So he says at 20. I mean, is that where we were at 26? Yeah, we were at 26. He said, you shall eat nothing with the blood. You shall use no witchcraft, nor observe dismal days. You shall not round the locks of your heads, neither shalt thou mar the tufts of your beard. And we got some people who's like, what do you mean? I'm not allowed to cut my beard? No, that's not really the case. But yeah, stop cutting your beard. What's the problem? Should you not cut your beard? I mean, should you be able to cut your beard? Why do you want your beard cut off? Your beard is your mane. Your beard is an age determiner too, so we can know how old you are. So you can't be sitting around here acting dumb about some stuff. Sitting around here being immature, misbehaving, not acting your age. People can actually gauge your behavior and be like, man, why are you acting like that, man? You're far too old to be doing that. What's up?
Define beard. Like, what are you saying? Beard, like the goatee thing? Like, what's the beard or the whole
the beard. You know, your beard, just that hair right there at the bottom of your chin. Some people don't have a lot. Some people got a whole lot of it. But when you do have that, you're not supposed to be sitting around there rounding it. In other words, you're not supposed to be turning it into like little ponytails.
So I could shave my neck.
Your neck?
Yeah.
You can clip it. The black men, just from my personal experience and watching others, it's never a good idea. I've never seen anybody get good results as a black person shaving their neck and face. It usually promotes hair
bumps pop up everywhere.
Yeah, it promotes hair bumps. So you'd be better off just leaving it alone. And if you are going to do something with the, you know what I mean, the level of it or the length of it, you can always get those scissors and you can just trim it, because, you know what I'm saying, it's not a lot of surface that you're trying to cover anyways. You just try to trim that a little bit down there. You can just cut that with some scissors. You won't even have no crazy ass bumps.
Yeah. I also be thinking like my beard and stuff be helping with the fight against COVID. because it probably drawn. It probably.
For real though, it's like a.
Yeah, it'll be drawn to my beard.
True. It's my face mask. My first level of defense. She said, you shall not rent your flesh for any soul's sake, nor print any marks upon you. I am the Lord. So is there anything wrong with black people saying, hey man, we're gonna just go ahead, and when we leave here, we're gonna end this tattoo stuff. We're not gonna be sitting out here putting stupid pictures or dumb phrases on our bodies.
Which looks crazy as a month when you get older.
Right.
You start to get older. The older you get, the crazier they look. Shouldn't have did it.
The older you get, the crazier they look, and the more that you even realize that you don't even accept that tattoo. Like me myself, I got a tattoo. I got a tattoo of a cross on me. Come on now. A big old one too. Stupid. You know what I'm saying?
You too, man.
Like it's straight stupid. Now today, I can definitely just tell anybody, like, man, you shouldn't get no cross tattooed on you. But imagine just look how far I came from the day of me getting this tattoo to today. It's like, damn, you really just don't know what you're going to accept and what you're going to be down with when you get in a tattoo. 10 years down the road, you're probably going to be completely against that tattoo. I've seen people get tattoos of people they thought they were going to be with them forever. Fast forward 10 years later, man, these people are nowhere even near each other. They don't even live on the same side of the continent.
Hey, bro,
Like,
it wasn't that long ago, right? Like I grew up in the 80s and the 90s, and it was kind of different. Like it still had some of the old ways. So you would hear things like when comparing like black children and white children, I would hear the parents say, "I never let my child like run amok in the store." But you look nowadays, and with the black kids running amok in the store, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They getting a bunch of tattoos and skulls and flaming skulls and graveyards on them and like dollar signs. Like, what the fuck is going on? And then like in the 90s, I would hear my sister say, "I'm gonna spoil my kids." Now that I'm older, I'm thinking like when anything's spoiled, it becomes rotten and you throw it away.
Damn.
So they got us thinking backwards. Everything is backwards. And we actually, like I said, we know this, but they don't want to get right, bro. And it's dry. It actually put me at a loss for words.
That's true, man. That's why, that's why when you see people dissing these commandments, they don't understand in the areas of life that these things is actually covering, man. It's actually covering a lot of different aspects. And we'll see, like, damn, we're running across a lot of different things that we wouldn't have to go through and learn in the hard way if we just start actually taking the suggestions that come of God serious. Like, watch this one. Treat this. He said, "You shall not pollute your daughter, that you would maintain her to be a whore, lest the land fall to whoredom and wax full of wickedness." And we got these ladies right there, man. We got a lot of women that is in violation of this. The man is kind of, what I'm saying, a lot of the times we're out the homes, but the ones that's there, they ain't helping. Maybe they might. I ain't gonna speak on everybody. But right now, I'm gonna focus on the fatherless homes. These kids having their daughters dressed any kind of way, online, with their own accounts, acting like they just grown ups. Got them dressed in the wrong ways. And you're like, don't you realize that you're actually maintaining, you're not raising your child. You're just maintaining her and prepping her to go be a whore when she becomes an adult. People don't realize that that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
But that's exactly what they're like. They're setting them on that track to just be morally incapable, have just the wrong impression in life.
Yeah. And now in my head, right, I'm thinking like us saying this would actually go against the consensus of what everybody say. Somebody like Taz or Suave, you know what I mean? Now we as men would stand up and say, hey, you shouldn't even have no following, none of that. With it, like a bunch of freaks and geeks and perverts trying, and then when something happened, you would look for a person to stand up, but you can't stop it even from happening in the first place. So why should I put myself out there when you shutting me down from even saying anything?
All right. Because they wicked, man. They wicked. They actually they think that they want these things, but none of these people, they want to go through none of the processes, and they don't even accept the process. It's just that they want the end goal. Just like a bunch of kids that's trying to get their Christmas present before Christmas morning. They don't even want to wait for they don't even want to wait for the couple of days while they seeing it on under the tree. They want it now. And that's how our people is. They don't want no correction, no redirection. They just want everything to be better. But they don't want to actually go through none of the means that it takes to actually arise from what we're at. So when they see us coming through with these instructions, it sounds like a lot of work. Like, oh man, here these guys come again with that same old thing, forcing me to realize that I gotta actually do something better with myself and my behavior. Like, who wants to hear that? That's how they feel. This doesn't fit into their paradigm. A lot of people, man, they doing things. When you see people fighting too hard against this, there's an agenda. You can't naturally do this.
That's right.
Christ even said it. He said, man, they hate the light. You know what I mean? He said they hate it.
That's right.
He said they come not to the light. He said because if they did, man, they would have to change the way that they get down. And that's something that they just, man, hey, they're not willing to give it up. They're not willing to give it up. That's the reason why they fight so hard against it. That's the reason why they try to throw wrenches in what we do.
Yeah, and then like I would hear phrases like, "Well, the black man, if he's the head of the household, you know, they like to shift everything to the black man, right? So if the black man, if you saying this, either you're not a part of the house or you're causing a problem in the house, is what we're saying. You know what I mean? Something needs to shake. So you speaking against what we saying, if we the head of the household and you speaking against what I'm saying, that means you not a part of the household. So why is you even talking to me?
True, man. You ain't even a part of the household then.
Yep. You're out in the world doing what you want to do. Stay out there. Don't come into my house telling me how I should conduct my family.
Right. You're not even in the household. By choice. You don't want to be
by choice.
By choice.
So
you really just got no business. But yeah, here they go. Acting like what we doing is the problem. That's the one that gets me. Is when they say the Bible is the reason why we defeated, like the Bible. You're like, but you don't know nothing in here. Let me ask you a question. You know,
Yeah.
And these people will fail in everything that you ask them. They'll like, you like, you don't know nothing about this, but why are you so much against it? And then you look and peel back the layers, and you'll start finding out, man, this person got issues, man. This person has some major issues. Some of them is just completely just the maniacs with a laptop, and they misleading our people, man. Some of them even believe that they're actually righteous men of God.
Mm-hmm.
All he is just fucking nerds. I'm gonna be honest with you, because we can, man. Watch this. Let's go to Leviticus 19 and 20. I mean, 20. So like, let's go to 20 and 27. Look at this real quick. Did you know that a wizard is just a fucking nerd? Did you know that? A wizard is a nerd. Watch that. Go to that book. Go to that word right there. And let's look at that word. Wizard.
You talking about Harry Potter?
Huh? Yeah.
You talking about Harry Potter?
A Harry Potter, actual like a nerd. Someone that thinks that they really got it going on in the brains.
Hey, but if you actually think about it, they're using words to trick the dude to make illusions. You know what I mean? They say a magic phrase or whatever, and it comes. You know what I mean? So it all fits together. They wave their hand.
What did you just now say? They do what?
They say a little magic phrase.
You said they use words to delude people, right? Go down.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Go down. Right there. Now zoom in. Look what that says. Used. Look at magicians like the Germanic something used of wizards uttering words to the deluded people.
Hey, and I know this just by watching, but I don't even watch Harry Potter. I never watched the whole movie in my life, but I know it just by the clips and shit. You know what I mean? Because that's what they do, and they got the little stick, I guess, for the effect. You know what I mean? To make the illusion, to draw your eyes, to why they do whatever they do.
Right. Damn,
like what's the dude that stand in front of the orchestra and conducted? He the conductor, right?
The conductor.
Yeah, they just like what they do. You know what I mean? They waving the stick, and you know what I mean? And they doing what the fuck they do. I'm sorry for my language. They doing what they do. They got the people hypnotized in their spell, and they got the people on stage, you know what I mean, following they roles, whatever instrument they playing or whatever role they playing or whatever the case may be.
That's real. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, they do that.
You seen that wizardry yesterday. I don't even know how to say it. Wizardry yesterday, man. In that debate against me, Chris Harris, man, he did that wizard stuff. Came through with all them words.
For real, huh?
Had nothing to do with anything.
Yeah.
Came through with a bunch of words. That was that wizardry. Yeah, that's real.
Hey, they and respect the person's got a lot to do with that. You know what I mean? That's Chris you talking about.
Yeah. Because I was listening to that, like I tuned in for a little bit for, you know what I mean, the post-debate show. And I was listening to it, and they was like, you know, he shouldn't be mad. And I'm not mad or anything, but they were saying he shouldn't be mad. Like, he should take this as a learning experience because you did debate some dude that's been here for 10 years. You know what I mean? What you expect? This is Chris. You thought you was going to beat him? Nigga, you guys already, so from the beginning, from the jump, y'all already had it in your mind I was going to lose. Man, I don't want to debate nobody like that.
Yeah, and it's hard to overcome when people stand on the opposite side of your position. For most people, they say they believe in God and stuff, but they don't follow nothing.
Right. They don't. They just want to seem like they're righteous. It's the self-righteous thing. That's that same thing that Job was struggling with. That's the same thing that Joseph was struggling with. It was on like a self-righteous thing, and that's something that a lot of people try to, you know what I mean, apply to themselves when they think that they are either smart or that they're better than other people. You become self-righteous. And that's something that people got to watch out for, and they don't realize that that's the problem, is thinking that, you know what I mean, you really something. That's why I started this video off with, First Chronicles 8 and 1 and 2 and 3. It's just like, man, nah, man, y'all, you think that you know something? Like, you just puffed up. You are not at the level that you need to be at. You do not operate at the level that you even think that you are. You think that you smart? You ain't smart. Like, not if you outside of this book, you ain't smart at all. You think that you dope? You ain't dope if you outside of this book. You ain't dope at all. Like, I'm gonna go ahead and look at you and say, okay, I'm accepting you to be dope. So I'm expecting sooner or later, sooner than later, that you're gonna be pushing this book. Oh, you don't? You're completely in rejection of it? You ain't dope, you're whack. You ain't smart, you're dumb. Check this out. He says at 19 and 30, he said, you shall keep my Sabbaths and reverence my sanctuary. I am the Lord. But watch this now. Regard not them that have familiar spirits. Now go to them familiar spirits. If somebody has familiar spirits, that's somebody that's either a rapper or a celebrity. Watch. Let's get up in there. So we're not supposed to be regarding celebrities. You don't regard rappers. And let's get down into that word. These are words that people are not looking at. A lot of people, they say, well, familiar spirits means ghost. You're like, not just means ghost. And if you go and look at the real definition inside of here, they tell you like, nah, it doesn't mean ghost. That's not something. They think it that way, but a lot of people in the ancient days knew that's not what that meant. So watch this. Can you zoom in on that right there? Yeah. Now go up to number 2. Look at that. Soothsayer. So it means bottle. All right. First go to the number 1. You see number 1? Like new bottles or a bottle. Yeah. In other words, a vessel.
Man, right? Yeah, man.
You know what I'm saying? A vessel, because these people be operating through spirits, and they become a vessel.
Yeah, that's why it says in the New Testament that you got to have a new vessel.
Right.
You know I mean, a new wine glass.
Right.
New glass.
That's tied on.
Yeah.
Good connection. You see that? He says a soothsayer who evokes the manes of the dead by the power of what? Incantations and magical songs, in order to give answers as to future or doubtful things. You see that?
Man, they jump back with doubtful things.
Yes, man. Rap music, in other words, rap stars. And I look at like right there where it says, especially it denotes a python or a soothsaying demon, of which these men were believed to possess. A man or a woman, when a python is in them. Talking about the same scripture we're reading Leviticus 20 and 27. If you read it in Hebrew, that's how it would actually read. A man or a woman when a python is in them. All right. Regard not a man or a woman when a python is in them. You see that?
Yeah.
Right.
It say ventriloquist in Greek.
Right, and ventriloquist. And what would be the modern day ventriloquist today? An actor.
Entertainers.
Correct.
Yeah.
Minstrels.
Entertainer.
Yeah. They just that's why they get paid so much, to distract you. Meanwhile, doctors and policemen and shit, I mean, sorry for my language again, they get paid, crumbs compared to them.
Correct. Yeah. And like a teacher, he gets virtually nothing.
Virtually nothing,
Yep.
King.
Yeah, a teacher, they always complaining about what they get paid. And then versus a guy like Damon Wayans, the Wayans brothers. They can dress up in a suit of a white girl, wear a white girl suit. You know what I mean? And make millions. Check this out. He says, and the voice shall be as of a dead man arising from the earth, almost always rendered by ventriloquists. He said, and correctly, because ventriloquists among the ancients commonly abuse this art of inward speaking for magical purposes. How then could it be the same Hebrew word should express a bottle and a ventriloquist? Here's the answer. Apparently, from the magician, when possessed with the demon, being as it were a bottle or vessel and sheath of this python.
Dang.
So bottle, ain't that heavy?
Wow.
And now
Their body is the vessel of that demon. That's all it's saying.
Right. So these people, these actors, these ventriloquists, these rappers, they are doing all these things through a demonic power. That's why they'll say things like, I have an alter ego.
Yeah.
When I get on stage, this kicks in. Even one dude said he's seen Jay-Z rapping while he was on stage, and he said he saw a snake in his mouth, or his whole head turned to a snake. He said, but the snake was like a little smaller than his mouth. He said, but the snake, he said his mouth was just moving real fast over and over and over. And he said, and every once in a while, the Jay-Z's words would come in, here and there. But the whole time, even when Jay-Z's still standing there, the snake is still like moving his mouth real fast. And you start talking. I was like, man,
you know what's weird? You can actually pull up footage of a ventriloquist doing his act. That was so crazy about it.
Yeah, he was.
And they can speak without speaking like that. You know what I mean? It's like, it's weird. It's real weird.
Yeah. Oh yeah. When I seen like, some real ventriloquist acts, you can see some dudes like moving their tongue. I mean, moving their throats and shit. But then there's some dudes, they're not moving nothing.
Yeah.
And this thing is action like that. The dummy, whatever you call it, the dummy has it like, man, I don't know, man. It just seemed like it had his own personality to where you're like, how could somebody do all of this without
became a real boy, did he?
Seeing the guy moving.
Did Pinocchio become a real boy?
Yeah.
And look at this. This is not a coincidence too. You can't make this stuff up. Look at this right here at the bottom. He says bottles or obunk of a station of the Israelites in the desert. All right, to be sought about the land of the Edomites, not far from Moab. Aren't we in the land of the Edomites now? I ain't saying that we are the land that God has acquired or no God given to the Edomites over there. But apparently, these people got they took over some more land, like it says that Esau is going to be able to do. And it's not a coincidence that here we are once again dealing with ventriloquists and Python speakers. And lo and behold, for the most part, the Israelites will contest that we're amongst the Edomites.
They were not far from these Chinese people.
Right, we ain't far from them. You go and look. Like it's a whole nother discussion, but then you're gonna look at the Native Americans and all that. You can see that they have a real strong Asian characteristics to them, to where you can know that they have Asian bloodline. But you see this stuff, man. You can't make this stuff up. You just can't make this stuff up, man.
But a lot of people is not that deep. Like one of my favorite words to use is called people characters, because they're actually playing a role. You know what I mean? They actually not themselves, so to speak. They're like what they call them in video game, an NPC, non-playable character. They just a person you go up to and might get a quest or something. They might have be selling something.
Right.
These are people, these are people you interact with, but that's actually not there. You know what I mean?
Right. They're not there. You
This
know,
is
you
and
interact with them, but
this
they're not.
hey,
Yeah.
and this can also go into the word that we just discussed, talking about ventriloquism and soothsayers and things of this nature.
Damn.
The
Damn,
matrix
true.
and the matrix and the agents. You know what I mean? Stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, because they wasn't really there. They were controlled by an inner entity, a viper type person, vicious, demon. And we still dealing with them still now. We looking at them on the shell or the sheath, as it's called. You know, that's the thing that you cover the sword with, the sheath.
Yeah.
So I get it. I'm like, okay, so a sheath is a shell, the outer core,
Yeah.
I mean the outer image.
Yeah, man.
You know, the softer version of what's really going down on the inside. Because in a sheath, it's soft. But inside of a sheath is a deadly sword. And the same thing as this python that's in our people. They got this python demon that causes them to speak in with incantations and with magical songs. That's why the beat sounds so, sounds so agreeable. We agree to the beat so well. Because these are magical songs. We know this. According to was it 2 Samuel 18 and 23? Or we know that music can drive out demons, so we know that music is spiritual. It has its inner works in the spiritual realm. So when it's saying like, yeah, man, y'all got to not regard. You can't regard people that has familiar spirits. And people be like, I don't. You know what I'm saying? See how lightly that sounds? You're like, oh, hey, man, don't regard people that has familiar spirits. And done. That was easy. I don't ever do that. Who does that? You're like, what kind of music you listen to? Is that music telling you to do doubtful things? Like, have sex with somebody's wife? Is it telling you to chase money? So that's a familiar spirit. That rapper themselves has a familiar spirit. And you playing your music around all day, every day in your car amongst your kids and your family, you're regarding them. You're in violation. This is going to ultimately show back up and rear its ugly face in some form of a disease or some type of dysfunctionality within your home or some type of economic disparity. Like, cease from the self-destructive behavior. And then we got people that says this book is useless. You're right. This book is telling us that we shouldn't be regarding these rappers. I think that would be a good ass idea. That ain't bad at all, taking into account what they're saying. If you listen to what the rappers are suggesting our people, they're suggesting doubtful shit. Like, man, what the fuck? I doubt I would ever want to actually do that. I doubt I ever want that to actually happen to me. I doubt that ever is going to happen. Like, I'm rolling down in the street with a Maserati, about to drive to a mansion party that I made. And then you got people that's trying to like actually pursue that. Like, damn, man, I need to get me a flashy car. And shit, I need to fucking start I need to chase me some money and get me a mansion. Or at least try to get me something really, really nice and all that. You're like, and then that turns into your God now. Because without you being godly, that's going to consume you. If you was a godly man, you would actually be able to have some balance and be able to use some discretion and not compromise your livelihood and your soul for some things. Because some people, if you ain't got your God, man, you just be pedal to the metal, full speed ahead on just trying to reach your goal. And there's going to be many sins that's going to come into play that you're going to be faced with. So if you're not godly, man, you try to chase money or trying to chase these things, man, it ain't going to be the best thing for you. It's going to consume you. That's the thing that we're trying to realize. I mean, we're trying to bring to realization to people. Like, hey, man, you can't do this alone. You need to have your God, and you need to have these rules and regulations that he laid out for you, so you don't misuse your, like they say, your free will. I have the right to choose. And I'm like, whoa, you're going to misuse that right if you don't know about the rules that's been laid out. Everybody thinks that they already is just sufficient. You're insufficient. You're not actually leveled up to actually get the certificate to say, like, yeah, this person right here got the game. You don't have no game. Or, yeah, this person could be considered as a king. No, you don't got the certificate yet. You still need to go through the studies, and you need to be tested also. So we need to run an exam on you. That exam is going to be seeing how you put these things into real life. All right, into real life time. You're going to have to put this stuff into real life. Then we'll see, like, okay, no, this dude right here, he knows the commandments. This person right here, he knows how to race it. He knows what's right and from wrong. He knows how to keep things going on right in the right way. Like, good. His brother Shalimar says, what is the mark of the beast? The mark of the beast is you believing that you are exempt from being judged by God, from whatever process that's going to make you believe and come to that conclusion. That's the mark of a beast. Or in other words, you are still showing the behavior of someone that is not the reflection of God, which is the original man. The original man is supposed to be the reflection of God. You're supposed to be showing godly attributes. But if you're not, then you will be, you ain't nothing different than the beast in the field. If we don't follow after God, God made us to follow after him. If we don't follow after him, we doing the beast thing. We acting like the animals.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. That's when they talk about that royal law. They're not fulfilling it. And they talk about they like to talk about cults and tribalism. That's what they doing. We actually trying to come together as a people. They up here clicking up in manospheres and, you know what I mean, all these divisions, the house of consciousness and feminism, and like that's tribalism and cultism right there.
Right. Trying to bring division when we are actually trying to bring the multiplication. How does that work? I'm talking about, and these will be the same people that is complaining about what black people are going through, and they'll be identifying all the problems. They can point them all out. Point out some of the things that you probably is saying. You're like, yeah, I say the same thing. You're like, yeah, but if you can see that much, can you see that this book said it too, but it's telling you the cause of it? You're like, come on, if the book already tells you, say, hey, this is the cause. Maranatha, Nasty the Goon. If people say this is the cause of your problem that you just now pointed out to me, they say, what? Wait a minute. I just now said that we going through this and this and that. Like black folks, every time we get around each other, we can't ever work together. You're like, yeah. The Bible said that's going to happen. Like, nah. You're like, yeah, said that you're going to have an evil eye towards your brother. You're going to have low expectations. You're going to have low outlooks. You're going to see him in a negative point of view. Like, that's what we face. That's what we're complaining about when we say black people can't work together. It's because there's always some BS gets added to the mix, right? Like, yeah, like that's a curse. It said that this is what you're going to be facing. You're complaining that you're facing it. Now let me take you back to the source. This is why. It says that y'all don't want to correct yourselves. Like right here, let's go to Jeremiah 6 real quick. Just real quick. Can you go to Jeremiah 7, Salakia, 7 and 24? Let's see if that's a good spot to start at. This is how you know that you're the children of God too. You there?
Yep.
Okay. He said, but they hearkened not, nor inclined their ear, but walked in the counsels and in the imagination of their evil heart. and actually went backwards, not forward. Since the day that your fathers came out of slavery, we can say it like that today. Just back then, it was Egypt. But today, we can still say the exact same thing when we came out of quote unquote slavery in 1865. He says, since the day that your fathers came forth out of slavery, all the way up into this day, I have sent unto you all my servants, the prophets, daily rising up early and sending them. Yet they hearken not unto me, nor inclined their ear, but hardened their neck. They did worse than their fathers. And for that reason, or therefore, thou shalt speak all these words unto them, but they will not hearken unto you. What? Man, you shall speak all these words unto them, but they will not hearken unto you. You shall also call unto them, but they will not answer you. But you shall say unto them, this is a nation that obeys not the voice of the Lord their God. You know what I'm saying? Because if anybody else got hit with this proposition, you know that they would be actually talking about lining up to receive this message. They will be placing everybody in high reverence that is actually able and capable of teaching this. I'm talking about if this was actually a white man's book, the white man would have been and used this for his advantage. I'm talking about the way that the black man is able to say, no, look, we're the children of God. We're supposed to be better than everybody else. We're supposed to be above all nations of the earth. The white man been saying that they're above all nations of the earth with white supremacy, but why didn't he point that out with the Bible? Wouldn't that have supported his claim even further? These are the questions that we got to ask ourselves that we're not actually even being pointed to even realization to actually get an answer from. We need answers to a question like that if people are going to come through and say, that book was written by the white man to control black people. You're like, well, then why didn't they tell us that the Bible, like, let's just say that these are all white people. Why didn't they didn't show us Deuteronomy 19 and Exodus 19 and 3, 4, 5, and 6? Why didn't they show us that? That would have just helped support their claim. They're like, yeah, we the children of God. That's why we push white supremacy. Because God said that we're supposed to be better than y'all. But they never even read nothing on that. They dare not say anything close to that. Why? If they supposed to be using this book to convince us of that same thing, though. See what I'm saying? You see the hypocrisy? You see where there's a problem? How the concepts just collide?
Yep.
Hello.
You're like,
you know it all.
That is only coming from an area of ignorance or somebody that is solely reliant on speaking to an ignorant crowd. That's when you'll feel safe to make a statement that way. Because I know that somebody these days that's saying it, they're just regurgitating information. I already know that. But I know that they did. And another thing is, I know that they're not the original of that thought. I know that whoever originated that thought was relying solely on the fact that you are dumb. They're like, I think these niggas is dumb enough to start that rumor. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think they're dumb enough to start that rumor. Like, you serious? Like, well, we came out with a dance called the chicken noodle soup. And those motherfuckers was dancing like that. They were dancing with a dance called the chicken noodle soup. They said, with that being said, I think it's safe to go ahead and let it rip.
Dang.
It's the truth, though.
Hey,
man.
you see what this person
It is.
shot
That's
about
all
saying
truth right there.
about some mark of the beast, though? I see that, man. Somebody said something about some mark of the beast or something.
Oh, he said most people say it's a chip. I don't believe that. A mark is a stain, and stains can be on one's soul. The stain would be a demonic code of some sort the beast uses. Right. And that's what we're saying. It would be the exemption of judgment. That's exactly when you see the first time you see the word mark being used in the Bible, it's when it happened to Cain. Cain was the first one to receive a mark from God. And that mark was to serve as an exemption from what? Judgment. Because he said to God, he said, how You know what I'm saying? How you gonna do that to me, knowing dang well that all these people, they're gonna kill me when they see me out there? He's like, well, I'm gonna set a mark on you so people know not to come messing with you. That if anybody messes with you, they'll get tripped on sevenfold. Remember that?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Look at the white man. Still got that mark on him today. He still got that mark on him today. You mess with the white man, they coming through sevenfold.
Oh yeah, don't mess with the white man. That's why a lot of people they even today they're like not today, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not like in these days, just recently in the news with that white girl that came up missing with the white man. You know, they went on hiking or something like that, and he came back without her. And then like I guess like maybe a week before that or something, or maybe a week after that, or somewhere within a week of that time period, a black lady came up missing, or I think it was a Mexican lady, something like that. I think it was Mexican. Okay, yeah, Mexican. A Mexican lady came up missing also. But when the Mexican lady came up missing, it didn't really go that far. It just kind of reached like just the local news. And so they got on Facebook or something like that, some social media, pretty much trying to shed shame on America for that. Like, man, you guys go all throughout all the states and hitting headline news when it's white folks come up missing. They said, but when my sister came up missing, nobody even knows about it. And I'm like, yeah, that's Esau. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like, you mess with them, yes, 7-time fold. You're gonna see 7-fold of the response.
Yeah.
If the police is supposed to come, it's gonna be 7 times as much police is gonna show up for them than for you. If they're gonna be about saving your life, they're gonna try 7 times more harder to save your life, save the white man's life than to save yours.
That's it. Malax, y'all soft was trying to say something. What was it, y'all soft?
This nigga, he did like a robbery or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? That'd be like 2, 3, 5, 6, 9 years in jail, whatever. This nigga rich, and he just, I guess he out there getting away with shit. So he rich, so I guess they set the example for his ass, hitting with the 7-fold. He getting life. I was like, oh, that's fucked up.
Oh yeah.
You ain't got too much.
Fucking with them white folks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know?
Or some money.
Hell yeah. You know, like I said, man, money has been a cause for a lot of people's destruction.
Yeah.
Like, better be careful about it. Even spiritually tell you, like, don't even try to get like, you know what I mean, like buck with a rich person. They say, cause this dude right there, he said, man, he can pay for you to be killed. And you be like, man, that's real. He can pay for something that happened to you. While us poor people, you're gonna have to try to get down with you're gonna try to have to do it yourself most of the time.
How they gonna do that?
A rich person, he can just insinuate, like, man, I sure would pay somebody $50,000 if that motherfucker came up with his teeth broken. Like, I'm just saying, I'm just throwing it out there. You know,
dude shows up.
How many people you think is gonna be sitting around there showing up trying to come,
collect that debt?
Collect that debt, man. He didn't even have to do no hit. Just throw it out there in the wind. Like, I don't know. I'll pay some. Like, I would pay somebody $50,000 to see that dude get his ass kicked. You about to get beat up tonight. Oh, watch this though. He says, but you shall say unto this people. He said, man, this is a nation. That's a revelation. This is a revelating statement. Man, this is a nation that obeys not the voice of the Lord, actually their God, nor receives correction. Truth is perished and is cut off from their mouth. What? Truth is perished and cut off from their mouth.
Bunch of liars.
Man, they are nothing but liars. They ain't gonna ever just
Hypocrite.
accept the truth.
Back with it, backbiters, all that.
Right.
Wizards.
Even when you ask them a question, they gotta answer. You ask them a yes or no question that they got to answer. They're not gonna give you the yes or no.
No.
That goes with that mingle of clothes, right?
The what?
They bent like the rainbow.
The clothes.
Oh yeah. Exactly. The linen and wool.
Yeah.
Right. With the false and true doctrine.
Yep, the mingling of seeds.
Yeah, or the mingling of seeds.
Yeah, hypocrisy.
Yep. Whoa.
Yeah, and that was heavy. That's why I like to look into the Matthew's Bible to understand how did the people understand these things that was speaking of against the Catholic Church. There was a whole set of people that was they looked at the Catholic Church and they're like, man, that shit is that's a bunch of boo-boo. They said these niggas are crazy. You know what I'm saying? They called them Protestants. They were actually people that are still trying to push the Israelite movement. If you really look inside of here, because you go look at Martin Luther's book, you go look in William Tyndale's book, you look at Miles Coverdale's book, you look in the Geneva Bible, you will see in all these people that wrote this book, that translated this book, they actually had Arthur's notes that was telling the people, like, clear and simple, like, man, bump the Pope. You know what I mean? The Catholic Church is some bullshit. You know, they're like, Matthews is like, yeah, man, the Romans is the Edomites. Says it right there in his letter in the front of this Bible, like the Romans are the Edomites, letting everybody know, like, no, this is how we thought in the 15th, 16th century. We wasn't sitting around here playing that game that y'all was living under now. They said, nigga, we knew. That's why there were so many like rebellious translations, the translations that was outside of what was acceptable by the hierarchy class. There was a lot of people that they were trying to kill and chase after and burn Bibles and stuff. It wasn't they were burning Bibles. It was that they were trying to burn Protestants' Bibles. People that was taking the Bible from Latin. They're looking at it, they're like, man, fuck this Latin shit. The Latin, like, you don't even know Latin. They're like, I'm putting this shit right back into the language that we all know right now. And that's why they started making not interpretations, but translations. Thank you. That's why they started coming out with all them translations, and the Roman Catholic Church was going around hunting people out that had them. Yeah. They wasn't trying to get rid of the Bible, but they were trying to take the actual Bible from the people.
Yep. And it's a lot of controversy around King James, whether he was a Catholic or a Protestant, but he despised the Pope also, and actually thought and actually said it was like the beast system, the head of the beast system.
You see, that is so perfect, because it's like they are the beast system, that Catholic Church. Because that's exactly what the Catholic Church was making sure that people didn't do, which was keep the laws. And you go and you look at all the commentaries and the author's notes. I even read them on here before on SVDL of William Tyndale's epistles. William Tyndale is sitting there saying clearly, like, man, we got to keep the Mosaic laws. Period. He's like, man, the Sabbath is important. The Pope is fake. They say transfiguration. They say that is BS. I'm like, damn, man. I was like, these are like Hebrew Israelites just from like the 15th century. Damn. I'm like, I don't know, man. People maybe ought to go and investigate how these people are thinking. And I go and look. I'm like, dang, these niggas, man, they had game. Because I still ain't never seen nobody come up with a better utilization of Leviticus 19 and 19. Everybody just leaves it as, oh, this is how you do the cattle, and that's how you do your fields. I'm like,
right. And this is you're not wearing certain clothes.
Right. I'm like, I don't know. That sounds cool, but if you actually
that's surface level.
Right. You go look.
They're talking about what I was doing yesterday was surface level. No, nigga, that's surface level.
Right. Yeah, that was heavy, man. So, and you know that it was like, you know, saying they were a little bit more in line with Christ was saying too, because Christ was, you know, he gave a lot of references to the fields and the sowing of the seed not being actual fields and plant matter seeds. So it makes a lot of sense, you know what I'm saying? Like I can actually rock with that. I'm like, I can keep on rocking with that.
Yeah.
Okay. So he said,
carry that forward.
Okay, I was done with that. I just wanted to show.
All right.
I just wanted to show that right there. about how these people is a people that they don't want to hear their God. Shalom, Joseph Israel. Shalom, Barbara Ford.
Shalom, King.
Yeah, but that right there shows you, like, all right, how are you going to be able to find the children of Israel? You like the best way these days is identifying by the curses. Secondly, you will be able to identify them by you presenting the Bible to them. If these people have a weird ass response, that's the children of God. So bring this book to a Mexican and see how he responds. You'll see that he's willing to accept what you're saying. You're like, hey man, did you know that God wants us to keep the commandments? They'll say, oh, for real? Dang, man, I think that's a good idea. You say that to a white person, you know you're supposed to keep the commandments? I thought I did. You're like, no, you breaking this one right here. Oh man, that's a dread. I feel bad. You're like, oh man, that's real. You say it to a black person, hey man, did you know you're supposed to be keeping the commandments? I know my God. Whoa.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody gonna take my Jesus from me. You're like, whoa.
I don't know about all that. All I know is I'm a Christian.
Yeah. You be like, dang, okay, there they are right there. You're like, so that's the ones that Christ was telling us to go to them. Because these are the people that you're going to have to, somebody got to say something to them. Because they ain't.
Yeah, those are the people, those are the sheep that the pastors have scattered.
Yeah. That's the sheep that pastors scattered. Got them all messed up. Well, I'm talking about to where they don't identify no leadership. Yeah. They don't see anybody ever leading them. I'm like, who's supposed to lead you in your life?
You gotta come in the reputation of Yahushua Mashiach. Those are the only ones they're gonna listen to.
Right. And another thing people gotta know too is that if you don't come in through the door, through the sheepfold, people don't know what that means. A lot of people, it floats right over their head. You're like, if you don't come in through the door, or if you don't try to enter into this kingdom through the sheepfold, that means in a group fashion. If you don't go about this in a group effort, said in no way, man. You're a thief and a robber, man.
Mm-hmm.
You're a thief and a robber. You're just trying to get into the kingdom without doing any work. That's the same way as somebody trying to receive an item without paying for it.
Yeah.
How you gonna sit here and think you about to go inside that mall and come out that store with anything without paying for it and not thinking that you ain't committed a theft? That's a theft. And that's the same thing people trying to get into the kingdom. They're trying to come out of this world and go into the next one without paying not one wet nickel towards obtaining that.
Being as wicked and filthy as they want to be.
Come on. And what you gonna do? You gonna bring that stuff and put it on somebody that has worked all their life to not go through? They're like, man, I actually put a lot of restraints on myself, so I don't, so I can just go to a place to where all the BS and all that confusion is not there, man. But then here you come, somebody that refused to correct yourself.
I will flip out, bro.
Yeah, man. I'm talking about I have just been bamboozled.
Yeah.
I want a 30% discount. You know?
Hey, I might leave, bro. Like for real.
It's
see
like,
somebody sagging.
Right. Twerking. You show up in a strip club still.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, man.
Like just like like one of these women that talk like men. I'll be like, what? You do know you talk to a man, right?
Right.
And that was, I wanted to say in brothers, like the scripture in Jeremiah that said that refused to receive the correction. And this is when that is mentioned, these are brothers putting their lives on the line to try to correct damn near uncorrectable people who will kill to stay in they low position, that will kill you for what, you know what I mean, this wickedness that they stand on.
I know. Will actually kill these dudes, but want you out of the way so they can maintain.
And all you're trying to do, or all you're doing is what they're trying to do. You're gathering together. You're helping the community. You're fixing the black man's, train of thought. You're fixing the black woman to destroy black woman. You know what I mean? And then those that, dislike the Bible because you come through and saying those highs, law, statutes, and commandments. They be like, I don't care about all that God stuff. Yeah. Right? But we're doing everything that you're saying that you're trying to do.
Yeah, but they fail to realize the scriptures talk about when they talk about the new man, it talks about the renewing of the mind, because your mind state is actually is death. You on default death. Everything you speak is death. Everything you see is death. Everything you do is death.
Right.
And like they act like they don't understand it, but I'm pretty sure they do. You know what I mean? That's why the Most High says they have no excuse, because your conscience speak to you. The things that you see, when people get punished, that's an example. When people die in horrible ways from the things that they're doing, these are examples for you to be like, hey, I'm living that same life. I'm up here screwing a bunch of women. He died from diseases. You know what I mean? But everybody's still just, I'm gonna just lay in the filth. I'm gonna keep playing in the filth like a pig.
Reading the word, that'll get spirit, man. That's that thing that changes your mind, man. That's that psychology. That's what's gonna change your mind, man. If you follow the law, statutes, and commandments, you read that word, you become a new person.
Yeah, it's thought processing. It changes your thought process. It changes the way that you process information and the conclusions and solutions that you draw from the information. That's what it is. You know what I'm saying? Because that's a lot of the things that I've noticed from reading the Bible that it done to me. It made it to where the same information that has always been present is now being processed inside of my head differently, which is actually giving me revelating conclusions and insights on my environment. To where you be like, whoa, we have a problem, but there's a solution though. We can salute these things. You know?
Hey, you know the wiles of the devil now.
He said, he said, royalty starts in your home. He said, raise up your children and the grands, and you'll eventually become a husband man, the leader. That's too long though. I can say, like, I'm not saying that you're wrong, but that would be a process that's a little time consuming. And it's not dealing with the issue directly. All right. We got
to come in the sheepfold.
Because we got way too many people that is not, let's say, knowledgeable to for us to just trust that they're going to be successful at, like, you know what you said, raise up your children. You know, some people's idea of raising their kids isn't the same, or even what we would actually consider suggested, recommended. We'll look and be like, I don't recommend that, because some people they'll think that it's okay to let your kid grow up watching gays on television. They'll be watching a TV show with one of the actors on the show flamboyantly gay. And then you tell them, hey, man, you know, are you raising your kids? You say, yep, still at it. Okay, cool. We're going to be good in a few years. Because you raising your kids that way? You raising your kids and I'm raising my kids. He's raising his kids. We all raising our kids, right? Like, yeah. But half of us is raising them like kids. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's like no, it goes a little further than just raise your kids. because that's not a new idea, honestly, too. You know, one of the things that we got to always make sure that when we coming through with solutions, that are these solutions revelating, or am I saying the obvious? Am I saying that somebody has already addressed and actually attempted? You know, like, hold on. Yeah, man, we have already knew that we should raise our kids. That's not a new idea. You're like, what is your guys' new idea? We're like, okay, here we go. We came up with the revelation that we should read this book and follow it verbatim. That's a new idea. Like, what? Like, hey, man, look in history. We haven't tried that here. We tried just about everything else imaginable. I can't figure out anything else imaginable. What else should we try? That's new. Let's say that. Let's use that word at the end of it all. That's new. What should we do that's new? Because if you're going to sit here and suggest to me going to school, that ain't new. They actually been telling me that since I went into school. They were telling me, don't be cool, don't be too cool for school, you know, or whatever. You know, they had some type of rhyme. I don't remember how they rhymed it, but they had some rhyme about school, basically to stay in school. Same thing about, you know, when they say don't do drugs. They tell our people, they tell our people all the time, don't do drugs. They're keeping kids off drugs.
That shit see-through.
And then 80% of those kids in their classes end up on drugs.
On drugs. Straight contradiction. That's why I say, like, you got to actually put the order down. Like, this, a lot of you just say some shit while everybody doing the total opposite. You know what I mean? But people ain't raising their families. You know what I mean? If me as a black man bring up the fact that most of our young black men are raised up in these with single parent household with females, and this is why they have these feminine emotions, they will feel some type of way, but it's true. They have no male role model, and they tell you things through their emotions. They have, like, their logic goes out the fucking window.
Right. That's real. Brother Black Charm, he said, that's the yoke battle has. You have to bear the yoke to obtain royalty in the eyes of the Most High. Okay. Well, Christ says to learn of me, for my burden is light, and my yoke is easy to bear. So, amen. Learning these laws, statutes, and commandments, if you want to agree with and identify the yoke that we have to, that automatically comes with along raising your home, that it's not only about your home, because the yoke, since we both agree on the yoke is actually following after Christ. So you don't just leave it at your home. Leaving it at your home is individualism. Individualism is what is holding up the process. It's like traffic. We're all trying to get to work, and we're trying to get there fast and on time. But then we got somebody with a flat tire in the middle of the highway. You know, it's like we can't. It's going to make us all late for work.
Yep.
And that's what it is right now. We got to see it that way. It's like, man, we don't have a lot of time anymore. We talk as if we got it forever. And we talk as if God ain't destroying and tearing down this nation brick by brick before our eyes. This place is being reduced. And it's not just from this is not a seasonal cold that this place is going through. This place is dying. They're not just with the little head flu, a little stomach ache. This is a dying country now. So the smartest thing for us to do is to get prepared to be able to survive, identify negative behavior, and actually being able to deal with it properly. Because lo and behold, it's probably sad for some people to hear this news, but the white man is not going to be in control of our affairs forever. What I mean by our affairs, I mean the so-called black man, black woman, and black child. They're not going to always be over us. Some people don't think that it's going to be any time in their lifetime, but at the end of the day, we all know that we're not going to be under them forever. It's going to be hard to find anybody that's going to say anything against that. So with that being said, maybe the time is now. Maybe you're at the dawning of the age to where the so-called black man will be taking care of himself. And if that was to be, you need to figure out how we're going to conduct ourselves, not just inside of our homes. Because a lot of our people, as of right now, don't even have like that same situation that we're talking about, like husband and wife situation where they're just raising their kids. A lot of people just living in a different way. It's set up different. Maybe when we have reached the destination and we have fulfilled our goals, yeah, at the level of just maintenance, I can lean towards what you're saying. Like, yeah, man, just worry about your house. Just worry about your house. Like, why? Because we've been Israelites for 30 years straight in our own land, and we got literally streets of gold and all that stuff. So we can handle that. But when we are still killing at each other, we're still putting each other down, we still just doing unproductive actions towards our own people. Worrying about fixing your house is just one minor step. Don't forget about the people out there, man. Don't forget about the folks that don't have no clue about anything to the degree of what we know. Believe it or not, you get offline, you'll find out most people will be interested in hearing what you know. And they have no clue what you're talking about, or at least where you're coming from with it.
Yeah.
This will be new information to them. You'll be surprised how much work still needs to be done. But see, that's the thing. They want you to only work on your family. That makes it to where the white man can settle and sleep easier at night, knowing that you ain't out there rousing up that lion.
Hey,
like I said, that Judah will be a lion's whelp. Who shall raise him up?
I can even prove that even what he called your family is individualized. Ask him is his wife, will she consider herself independent?
What's that?
I said you can ask him if his wife would consider herself independent black woman.
Yeah, you heard that.
If DJ Mayer, I'm sorry, if you know what I mean, because most women would say that they're an independent black woman.
Right.
And that spits in the face of. No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm going to say that spits in the face of the male authority, the head of the household. They're just like saying, I don't need a man, or you know what I mean. You don't tell, like, even a woman just saying you don't tell me what to do is like rebellious and shouldn't be taken lightly. You know what I mean? That's the more contentious fighting words. You know what I mean? We have to speak to each other better. Our women are too masculine and too like we in competition with one another and shouldn't be like that.
Calm. That's real. So where the dude ends up responding negatively to those things. Either becomes insecure, frustrated.
I know. I stopped doing that. Yeah.
You know, like a lot of stuff springs from all that shit.
Mm-hmm. And then when these brothers take sides, which is wrong, you have to call out both of them for what it is. If somebody initiates something, whether it's a female, a male, I don't care if it's a drop of water, it caused it. So if you cause this man wrath to be to come out of him, that means that you went too far with whatever you was doing.
Right.
So we have to consider, like this when I say we have to actually look at the accountability. Women want protection for black men, but if black men can't say anything to you, then what are we protecting? What are we even fighting for?
For real. If we can't say nothing, what is our importance? What do we even be here for? If we can't even say nothing. But I say the same thing, vice versa with the women. You can let your women say something too. That doesn't mean that the woman has to be completely quiet.
Real.
Oh,
It
yeah.
just says that the woman got to be quiet in the congregation. But inside your home, she might have a good suggestion also. You know, of course, she ain't that, she's not stupid. She might have a good suggestion, but it has to be a balance to it. It's like, all right, your suggestion is a suggestion, not a demand. So you can just leave it at that. A lot of people just don't know how to take a lot of relationship issues and leave the pride out.
Yeah.
Because if we just stay focused on that we're partners instead of you are subject to me.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, no, we're partners. It's just that most of the time I'm gonna be team leader. But we're a 2-person team, but I'm team leader.
Yeah. And I think that's that's a demonization of black men too. Black men ain't even like what they like run out on their children, and I ain't never heard a man say F children, or I usually see men breaking down. You hear me? Because of how things are going. And these dudes be sitting up here lying, going along with this mainstream narrative. Everybody in the chat soaking it up. And it don't make sense. You see that's when I speak about reality. People act like they don't see what in reality what's going on. They ignore reality like a mug and go on this TV fantasy that they trying to live. It don't.
True.
Oh my goodness, bro. I be so hot, bro.
True, man. That's real, man. Feeding into the stereotypes, man. Leaving that on us. Like, how dare you leave that stereotype? You're like, don't you know that is working against us as a people? Not just the so-called black man is taking the kick from it. Like, all of us is taking a blow when you actually allow women to say that black men is the cause of snow being cold. You like, just putting the blame on us for everything. You like, I get it. I know that black men is wicked as hell. I know, and us Israelites, we don't really spare anybody's feelings when it comes down to pointing out the areas where the so-called black man needs to get pointed out on. But please, just be ready for it to be happening to you too, and don't demonize us for just telling you what you already know.
Yeah,
that's all we really doing is, hey man, y'all out here. Hey man, our sisters be talking some smack, and they all offended. Y'all men, sometimes you be like, wait a minute, do y'all be talking smack? Like,
you accuse me?
Say that. Like,
they go to the extreme.
And then dudes, you like y'all's always talking shit too. Y'all act like y'all really something, but it ain't nothing but your pride getting in the way, and you know it. And they need to just sit there and humble themselves and say, "You're right. I do think that I'm really somebody, or I think I'm smart, or I think that I'm successful. I think that nobody can tell me anything." And you're like, thank you. Now we can grow. Now I can show you how you are your own God.
Yeah.
Like, now that we can, we can get to some humble moments, some moments where people can just sit back and just say, "You're right," because they'll pay $50 an hour, maybe even more. I don't even know how much they cost now, but they'll pay like, I'll say 100. They'll pay $100 an hour to go talk to a freaking relationship counselor. and be sitting there telling him that he's right. You're right. But then when those Israelites come through, like, hey man, check out these commandments right here, man. If you believe in God, you should agree with these things right here. Check this out. Oh man, you like, but you gonna pay $100 to some white man to tell you that, to tell you this pretty much the same thing, but in a different way. Like, man, I keep, like we really got to step the game up.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in the black family, ain't nobody eat at the same table no more. The kid get eating candy at breakfast. You know what I mean? They go, you know what I mean? They have sex, but they want to talk like we got to stop all of it, bro. They want to talk about like molestation or rape or on a certain subject, bro. Talk about all of it, put all of it on the table and say let's stop it, because you can't allow like me and Suave were going back and forth, right? And he was talking about sex with no strings attached. But then he wanted to say, now if the woman get pregnant, I said, hold up, bro, there ain't no strings on this motherfucker right here, bro. You is not finna throw no spider web over here and catch me. If you say no strings attached, that means you open the floodgate.
For real.
Because I'm tired of playing with these clowns who get on here claiming that they love our black women when really they trying to push them further down into this pit that they in.
No, being enablers.
Yep.
Just being enablers, man. That's the same. It's like the big brother. Let me say no. I'll say not a big brother. It's like the auntie. We'll say it like that. It's like the auntie that doesn't have a kid. Babysitting their niece or nephew, trying to be the favorite auntie by feeding the kids sugar and everything all day that it wants. All the sweets and the candy and the cupcakes, and gets to watch the rated R movies and stuff like that. You would think as a kid, man, this is your favorite auntie. This auntie right here, this one's cool. Shit, even let me drink a little sip of beer. Man, this auntie cool. No, you just don't know what's good for you. You're stupid. You're a child still. That auntie right there is poison. That auntie right there is setting you up for straight, inequivocal failure. If you actually maintain any of this stuff and take it serious. That's the exact same thing as people that is sweeping the woman's issues under the rug and then putting the spotlight on the black man. You're like, hey, you made her feel good temporarily, and yeah, she's on your side, but you don't even have to deal with her. This is not your wife. This is somebody online that you just completely corrupted. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to actually deal with this human being in a realistic way. But somebody is going to have to deal with this person now that you just now completely corrupted.
Yeah.
By not bringing, like you said, not holding people accountable. Because we ain't going to be able to get out of this condition in this predicament by just fixing the black man. The black man isn't the sole cause of the problem. It's two to tangle. It's both of us. It's the black man and the black woman. Honestly, but not turning to our God. Simply.
Yep. But the difference is the black man, right? He is actually going to have to stand up and be overbearing to the black woman because she has the authority and she is not giving this thing up, boy.
Yeah, he's going to have to, in other words, he's going to have to put his foot down.
Yes. So
he's
ain't no more game.
Put his foot down. He's going
ain't
to
no
have
more
to stop
game.
Tiptoeing and beating around the bush. Don't be such a people's pleasers. Like it says, Right here. He says, you shall rise up before the hoary head and honor the face of the old man and fear your God. I am the Lord. And if a stranger sojourn with you in the land, you shall not vex him. But look what he's saying. Oh, he's bringing these things out because of equal weights and just balances, not being respecters of persons, condemning people pleasing. He says, and love him as yourself, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. You shall do no unrighteousness in judgment, neither in metre yard, weight, or measure. So you ain't going to do no right. You ain't supposed to do no unfair judgment. You're supposed to do this all even, Stephen. You're supposed to break it down how it has to be broken down. Not going extra on the man and lightening up on the woman. That's that metre yard. You know, you got to have, you have to have a just metre yard. If you're going to be condemning the black man all week, then you need to spend a week on the women. Why? And like, because we all got areas that we need to clean up. And we would be overlooking and being neglectful if we don't actually help these people. Yeah, I said it. Help these people in these areas. Because that's what it's going to do. You're going to actually make them better people. Like, yeah, it might sting a little at first, just like rubbing alcohol. You put it on there, yeah, it stings at first, but it causes you from but it prevents you from getting an infection. And if you ever had an infected wound, you know that you don't want that. That sting from that rubbing alcohol is nothing near the pain of an infection. And that's the exact same thing that we doing, man, when our people is sitting around here not ripping off that Band-Aid and not pouring rubbing alcohol on there, but instead sitting there just trying to, squirt a little bit of hydrogen peroxide in between a bandage. You like that? What the fuck? This person's going to get totally infected by you trying to make sure everything's smooth and comfortable. They have a wound and it needs to be addressed. You must put disinfectant on it. And yes, it's going to burn at first. But that burn's going to instantly, momentarily just dissipate. And you're going to be left with healing. Not festering, putrefying, pussing, and decay. Mm-hmm. And that's exactly what they're doing to our people. That's why even God even uses it in the book of Ezekiel, talking about the same thing, like, or Jeremiah, matter of fact, talking about this wound. How we're not getting healed with the wound. They're just putting, a little bit of soothing to it. Just soothing the hurt and the harm of our people by saying peace, peace, and it ain't even no peace. In other words, you good? You good, sister? Rip off the black man's head. You're like, man, what the fuck?
Hey, the scripture even make it sound like the Most High be like questioning it, like, hey, why should I even beat you down in that mode? Like, you just hard headed. You ain't even caring. Like, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, he's like, how can you even shame on people that ain't got no shame? You can't get no attention to some folks that ain't got no shame.
Boy.
You ain't got no shame? You don't give a damn about what you're saying. What's going on? Oh, man, there ain't no way of correcting that person. How you going to correct them?
No way.
Like a bum.
Wow.
He eating out the trash can and he's sitting around on the ground pissing on himself. What are you going to tell him? Are you going to bring to him that he should be aware of? Like, hey, man, if you keep on eating out the trash cans and you keep on sitting around there pissing on yourself, you're going to get sick. You look at him like, man, I am sick.
Yes.
You guys just get sick. I am sick. I am sickness. Like, y'all just catch sicknesses. I am a sickness. I'm a walking sickness. I'm not worried about sicknesses.
And it ain't really laughable, but you know what I mean? I have to do that because, like, I actually get furious about it, bro. And like, you know, Kevin Hart got that little stand or laugh at my pain. That's kind of like what we do, but we doing it too much. It's time to wake up, and they not understanding.
True. They're not understanding the importance of what we're trying to actually do, man. We're doing something that is highly important, and it's actually the only catalyst that can engage or set in the healing of Black people.
That's right.
And I can see them over there. I can see them all. They're actually trying to go about it by ignoring us, hoping that somebody's gonna come through and bail them out of actually correcting these. It ain't nobody. The Hotep community ain't gonna bail them out. The Muslims ain't gonna bail them out. The Christians,
The white man,
come on, the white man already. White man let you know about how he feels.
he the perpetrator.
You know, it's like, they're hoping, they're trying. That's why they still sit around trying to figure this stuff out. We need to figure out what's best for Black people. You're like, wait a minute. Are you serious about asking that question after you done met Aratazar, Malak, Battle Axe, Yashar? I'm like, you're literally going to sit here and try to say, we need to come up with a plan? We need to figure out the solution? Get out of here, man. You got to be kidding me, man. You got to be kidding me.
They like doing that.
I was like, you're trying to say, let's find out a solution other than what the Israelites is presenting.
Yep. They wanted to involve money. They wanted to involve like some type of materialistic answer. When we all know that's not the answer.
That's real.
We all know this. It didn't start out as with the problem. Like the problem was you wicked. You wicked.
That's real. Hey, that's a perfect way of putting it. He said it didn't start off as the problem. He said the problem was that you were wicked. You were
not
wicked.
money. Not money.
It wasn't that you was broke. We wasn't broke. It wasn't that you didn't know. You knew. You knew how. When we was in Africa, what do you think we did? You believe what the white folks said? We were just kind of, standing around in the bushes, kind of, chasing monkeys. Is that what you really believe?
Yeah.
I'm like, cause I know damn well you can go a little further than that and find out. You're like, nah, there was some people over there that wasn't doing that. You're like, well, okay, now let's get down. Let's start going a little further with it now. Let's check it out.
Yeah. Some major was going on.
Then? You think that that's all you? If you know damn well we wasn't just eating monkeys and standing around in the bushes, what do you think we knew? We knew all the stuff that you saying that we need to know. We knew it all, and we still ended up at the bottom of a slave ship. So now my question is, how did you end up at the bottom of the slave ship when money wasn't your problem? You were wicked. You were wicked, and you got punished by a divine retribution. God made it to where you wasn't capable of winning your wars anymore.
Yeah.
And you lost. And they took the cream of Africans' crop and they placed them in chains and put them on slave ships. And now you are the descendants of that crowd. Dummies. Yeah. I'm talking about you are completely detached from reality now.
Yeah.
To where the dudes are, God himself has sent you prophets. God himself sent you prophets standing here before you as God pleads to you through them day after day. And you still sit there and ask the question, how are we going to get out of this? This is a people. This is a people that serves and obeys not the voice of their God. This is them, for sure. We found them. What? We found them. The lost tribes of Israel or whatever. We found them. They right on over here in Detroit.
Did we?
Got a couple of them couple in Chicago, couple of them out on the West Coast. You're like, no, they here. Found them right here, man. It's them Negroes in America. Them dudes right there they took the cake. Can't nobody be as a destroyed Israel as they are. You could destroy any nation on planet Earth, and they're not going to be that reduced. You can see it with the Native American. They, the same people whooped the Native Americans' asses that whooped ours. Same people.
Now, you know what it was though, King. We as a people were considered like we were separated, so to speak. You know how as a scapegoat, a sacrifice, what they call it in Islam, haram, something that's haram is forbidden.
Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of like us. You know what I mean? That's why we kind of it's like we exiled, we swept under the rug, we hidden.
Right.
You know what I mean? Nobody don't want to tell us the truth. You try to speak on it, everybody turn their head, like then ain't going on when they see the genocide.
Right.
And the world is watching. They and because of television and the internet, everybody see it. You know what I mean? And then people want to say, why the world is warring like this? Because you let the people of God, these peaceful people. That's why we ain't fought back really, because every other nation had like fought back. Right? So this is the covenant that you have with the Most High. When you go into the Old Testament, it's Phineas. I think he is I forget the story. I think it was something about he came with the spear and he killed two people and God made a covenant with him, a covenant of peace, an everlasting covenant.
Right. Talking about
yes. And that's then I forgot what I was talking about. I lost the train of thought.
Made a covenant of peace with them.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This is us. You know what I mean? This is why the Lord went around like, hey man, don't even be mad. That pretty much we don't just love him. Hey, you hate your brother, you wicked. You know what I mean? It's that simple though.
Yep.
And you can see it in their actions. You ain't actually gotta hear them say it. You see it in their eyes, you see it in their consonant, you see it in the way they move, in the way they talk. You can tell by somebody they don't love their sister, they don't love their brother, they don't honor their mother or their father.
Man, that's real, man. You can tell that they beat their women, or they neglect their kids, or they spoil them.
Yep. And not give them correction. One too,
there's a lot of people thinking that they ain't doing. They be thinking that they doing right when they doing dead wrong by spoiling their kids too.
Yep. Rotten. Kids are rotten.
Yep. Placing the kid on the pedestal, end up just worshiping the kid. That's why parents over here, including black parents, them people really big on it too. If you ever sit back and look, did you know that black people are highly invested on birthdays?
Yeah.
I didn't know that until I stepped out from birthdays. After I stopped celebrating and even showing up to other people's birthdays, I just kind of like just stepped out and I'm just, you know what I mean? I'm kind of looking. I'm looking like, damn. These people, they don't mess that up. And I'm talking about they get very sad when shit don't go their way. They be frustrated that day by trying to make it perfect. All kinds of weird shit, man. I didn't,
Yeah.
I just didn't realize
it's my party and I cry if I want to type of attitude.
Yeah, it's my party. I'll cry.
White girl.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I didn't know that our people was invested into it like that until I just came out, or maybe it kicked up. Maybe it kicked up within the last.
People are worse than the heathens.
Yeah, I know. Because I can imagine black people acting up a little bit more on their birthdays than the whites. So yeah, they worse than the heathens in all different degrees, man. I'm not saying our people can't be better than them. I'm saying at the state that we in now and how we conduct ourselves now, you like, yeah, I know that we can say a lot about other nationalities. I get it. I was like, but damn, man, let's look at the blacks and it'll kind of make you, raise your eyebrows. You be like, damn, never mind. These niggas is wilding out too. Like, I know the white man got some shit going on. You be like, but y'all black folks ain't too far from them. Y'all actually beating them in some things.
Yep.
Like y'all
Yeah, as
beating
far
them
as in the pagan holidays and all that, you know what I mean? They, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They go hard. They spending their lives. You know what I mean? White people, they got it. They can spend it. You know what I mean? They can buy all the Christmas lights and all that stuff and the decorations in the front and still be good. You know what I mean? Black people, they'll go back a month on rent. You know what I mean? Just to have their little thing popping.
Yeah.
Gone. You know what I'm saying? That's why you go and look, you won't have to worry about, well, I don't be worrying about white folks driving past shooting me. But just the other day, I'm not even in a gang banging side of town or nothing. I'm driving down the street and a car pulls up next to me, and I can just tell something's real wrong right now. Something's wrong. And I know it's something wrong with this car next to me. And as soon as I looked over, just a car full of crazy ass gang members. And I thought they were just going to leave it at that, because I'm in the car just with my family. It's obviously just me and some kids. And light turn green, drive off. Still mind my business. I forgot about them already. But then, sure enough, here they are, trying to be next to my car for whatever fucking reason they were going to do. So I'm like, man, what the fuck? So I switched the lanes and pressed the brakes, make sure that ain't nothing happening. So I press the brakes, switch the lane, get into the turning lane as they got to keep going straight. And then they start throwing up all kind of gang signs and all kinds of shit like that at me. And I was like, damn, these motherfuckers was you know what I mean, introducing me to my death, giving me an invitation to die today. Like, are you, you know, are you going to respond so we can come and kill you?
Yeah.
I'm like, wow. I'm like, Mexicans and whites don't do that to me.
Yeah,
like,
an invitation. They needed an invitation.
That's an invitation to your death.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm handing out invitations to die. You want one? I'm like, damn.
Now think if a brother not in your mindset would have did, bro.
Oh yeah. For real now.
It probably would have went down, kids in the car, just anything.
Yeah.
No, that's how you get these people that's dead. That's how you get dead people. You know what I mean? That's walking down the street or driving in their cars. It's because they're reacting different from how Balalax reacted to those people.
Right, letting their pride
throw a gang sign back up when they throw a gang sign up on them. And then they get shot.
You're going to get shot. And you know, a lot of people they don't know that's how things are going sometimes amongst the black community. But when you say, well, let's just take care of our family, you be like, damn, man. You be like, only if it was just that much of a problem, just that. Like, man, these black people's family's wrong. You be like, okay, cool. Let's just work on our family. Problem solved. But it doesn't even work that way. You could be with your family, working with them, harmonious, and none of that is going to stop this car full of fucking senseless killers. I'm just going to say it. Senseless traitors. They're traitors. Ain't nothing going to stop a car full of senseless traitors to bring that BS your direction. Nothing. They probably hope you with your kids, you know what I'm saying, or hope you do something while you with your kids, because now that puts you in a weaker position.
Mm-hmm.
That type of shit. You're like, no, see, that's what we talk about. We're basically giving everybody an invitation to the realm of no bullshit. And all y'all is denying the invitation. Basically, you're saying, no, I want to either stay with the bullshit or be able to commit bullshit. So with that being said, I deny your invitation.
Yeah.
That's why Christ said, man, you got to bid them to the wedding, bid them to the marriage, bid them to the feast. Because this is an invitation for the no bullshit. And for those that doesn't take the invitation, what does Christ say about that? He says, well, the ones that didn't accept the invitation wasn't worthy.
Yeah.
We're like, what? He said they wasn't worthy. It wasn't had nothing to do with your argument. It had nothing to do with your insufficiency to actually win one guy over. He's like, that wasn't what it was. He said, you did a bang up job. He said, you did fantastic.
Yeah.
It wasn't you though. He said, that person that you were speaking to, that crowd of men that you said that to, he said, them niggas wasn't worthy. He said, they ain't built up to be actually be in the same position as you or living amongst you as a people. Not them, not him. Keep moving. You'll find them, but it ain't gonna be right here.
And you know, a lot of people would even take offense at that, but what they fail to understand is that it's made for a few, not many. This world is for many. You having your fun here. This is the world you enjoy. The righteous do not enjoy this world at all. So this is where they get it confused. So you can have it. Go ahead. But do not judge us. Because we stand on the side of righteousness.
Right.
And you didn't accept correction. And you being rejected.
I like that. That was a good one. I like that. He said the watchers, he said they don't like this world at all. We ain't sitting around here trying to maintain this place. Hold on to it with all our might. We have been concluded that we would willingly and readily let this go. Like, oh, get rid of pornography. Like, fantastic.
If I ever got wings, I'm gone. You hear me?
Hell yeah. Get rid of working 8 hours every freaking day. You're like, man.
Oh my goodness. Hey, this the thing. I be talking to people at work and stuff, and I be saying like, I'm coming to work, piss me off, and they be like, oh, you got to do what you got to do, and blah blah blah. I say, bro, I'd rather be out here tilling the land, tending to the cattle or something like that, because guess what? That do not consume all of my time like that, bro. It's very tedious, just like this, but I can go and plant some seeds and be done before noon, bro.
That's real. The freest I ever lived is when I was in agriculture. Freest I ever lived. Agriculture. That's what I was talking to somebody. I didn't get to bring him in on the chat, but if he comes back in, I'm gonna let him in. But I was talking to this brother, and I was like, man, because we were talking about the exact same conversation. Like, man, we got to get out of this. This right here is slavery. Like, working even 6 days a week is slavery if you ain't on your own land. I was like, man, I feel that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, the freest I ever lived is when I was in agriculture. I said that was the life that didn't consume every waking hour. You're virtually still at your house at all times. Yeah. And no one gets mad at you for bringing your family and your kids onto an agricultural site. As long as you don't have them doing child labor or nothing. But I'm saying, like, if I'm going to be on here mixing up nutrients in a nutrient reservoir,
mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody sitting around there tripping that my kid is 10, 15 yards off to the side playing around under a tree.
Yeah.
Because it's a carefree way of living.
Yeah.
That's the main reason why they never gave us that 40 acres and a mule, because we would have been doing mentally fine. Our whole mental capacity would have been different. Things wouldn't have been taken as serious and all that shit, man, because you just had a more sense of gravity in life.
Mm-hmm.
So when I see the scripture says, 6 days you shall work, I always keep in mind that they were talking about on your own land. I'm like, shit, hell yeah. I can work 6 days on my own land and have a real high quality of life. I'm talking about, I'll be saying, man, life is great. Like, what are you like? I don't know, man, but living over here is fine. I like it. I got my cattle, I got my animals, I got my vegetables and my plants and stuff.
Yeah. These transhumans.
It's just crazy, man, because these people, they don't realize that that's what we're trying to get our people into. We're trying to get our people into total happiness.
Yep.
And this book is the instructions on how to obtain it.
Yep. Without
Real
worrying
talk.
about. Yep.
Yeah.
And that comes with like not have to worry about the decisions your child go make, or if your wife cheating on you, or you know what I mean, just the stupid stuff that happens on in this little world that drive people crazy. You know what I mean?
Right. Babies being molested and stuff.
Gotta pay my bills. I gotta do this. I gotta do that.
Right. Like if we had all these things in order, there would be none of these things. All the stuff would be wiped out. Perversions, you know, violence, hunger, depression, loneliness. You like a lot of people,
single parent
they suffer
households,
from depression and loneliness.
Right.
A lot of people, they suffer from that. But if we had a national law to where we gather together on a Sabbath, I'm talking about, and these are consciously acknowledging God, consciously acknowledging individuals. That's the way I'm trying to say it. These are God acknowledging individuals. These people would be meeting up, and there would be no loneliness. We would be having pretty much a family reunion every week. Grandmoms and grandpas would be just as important.
Be feasting, bro.
You know what I'm saying? They would be just as important and viable in everybody's lives as they was when they was young.
I also think that's why, like, our people ready to celebrate anything at the drop of a dime. You know what I mean? They ready to party and celebrate just any old nonsense. I think that comes from like we always gave praise to the Lord. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that is true. I actually believe that 100%. I think you're 100% right on that. A lot of people are so eager to break the silence because it's just the monotonic week of boredom and loneliness or work. But if we all imagine if we all lived in farming type of situations, man, we would have a gang of time throughout the day, within the day, to socialize. We wouldn't be consumed and drained from all week of working.
You wouldn't be obligated like that.
Bro, calm.
Yeah, because they obligate you. If you don't show up for work, bro, I'm gonna fire you. You gonna be able to eat. You're like, huh? Where, huh?
Right.
And that's a threat. That's a threat on your life, like literally.
Your livelihood is now under hostage.
Get out of here, bro.
Your time is under hostage. Actually, your time and your life is now has been kidnapped, hijacked, and held for ransom.
Wow.
You know,
it has. That's the truth. Amen to that, bro.
And everybody's acting like it's just for real. Everybody acting like it's just breeze in the wind. You're like, hey, man, like this person we're losing our lives, even as we are living
with nothing to show for it.
Nothing.
Working all your life. Oh,
right. You working all the way until your knuckles is bare. You working your finger down to the freaking bones. And you've been the whole time you've been one paycheck away from homelessness.
That is wild.
And then people are trying to hang on and fight for this. talking like we crazy, and you know what I'm saying? Them Hebrew or them look what the Bible does to people. You be like, wow. Man.
That's all you gotta say to shut them down. Be like, everybody down there one paycheck away.
Oh, you're like, man, but you're all one paycheck away from total destruction. You know. Just like the rest of us. Like, so don't come at me with that.
For real.
You know,
and everybody be, they be capping online and stuff. You know what I mean? Everybody, they talk like we got it good, bro. Every once in a while, individually, somebody might got it good, but for the most part, most people be capping. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why they stay online, and you know what I mean? Like they ain't got no life. The internet do be their life and shit.
Yeah, exactly. The internet is their life, so they don't want to see anywhere outside of what keeps them drawn into it. Because a lot of the things is, if these people seriously took these commandments into play, they know that a lot of stuff that they talk about on here would have to stop. They would know a lot of the things that they do behind the scenes will have to cease. And like I said at the beginning of this, a lot of these people, they're not willing to give that up, man. They're not willing to give it up. A lot of people, man, they give that up, man, they won't be nothing else.
Yep. Because you know why? Because it's fun, bro. They consider like the simple life. Dude, what we talking about is actually the simple life. They like the excitement. They love the drama. They love the complexity. They love the bloodshed. They love the death. They love all of it, bro. But they complain about it. You know what I mean? Them just words coming out of their face. We shouldn't even take them serious.
True, man. Man, I liked it. That was powerful, man. You said they love the blood. They love that violence. You take that out of there, man. Like they won't be interested in anything else. And you'll realize it too. You're like, this person, they said we boring. Why? You're like, because they ain't over here talking about sex, drugs, and guns.
Yep.
But if he was sitting on here talking about drug use, sitting on here talking about sex lives, people's sex lives, your views go up.
Oh man. Yep.
But when we actually talk about healing ourselves, man, I'm talking about seriously fixing us. We're not just talking. This is not empty rhetoric. We actually
not at all.
We have a real game plan. Like the real solution is here. But like finally, after 400 years, we finally found a solution. And these people are like, bah humbug, on some screw shit. You're like, oh fucking man. You're like, are you kidding me, man?
They were like demon time.
Yeah.
Stupid, man. This world is insane, bro. I mean, the absurdity and the backwardness of it. Like everything is backwards.
Yeah.
A person actually think like they're an individual.
That's they're the children of the dark. That's why it's backwards. They ain't the children of the light.
Yep.
They're the opposite.
Con.
They're the opposition.
True.
Yeah, they are.
So they play their roles.
Yeah, they're at the end of the day, they're the Most High's whooping stick. You know what I mean? What it really is black people need to keep the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High God, and all these things won't come upon them. You know what I mean? All these conditions that we are now and that we're seeing within the black community won't happen to the quote-unquote black man, woman, and child if they keep the commandments. That's just simple as that. If you actually abide to everything in the scriptures, you will actually obtain what we call life.
Yeah,
that's true, man.
Live forever.
True talk.
Yeah, because I think the scripture is a scripture in Proverbs that says the power of death and life is in the tongue, and it says he that hateth me love death.
Yes.
I think it's 3 and 8 or something. I want to pull that up because
all they that hate me are lovers of death. Yeah, it's
because the way people talk is 8 and
Proverbs 8 and 36.
Okay, 8:36.
Yeah,
But he
these are
that sinneth against me wrongeth his own soul. All they hate me, love death. You
Yeah.
know, and hey, burn the Bible. Hey, put that Bible down. Booty, booty, boo. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
yeah. Hey, and that's
That's
why
them. That's them.
I want to get back into this life right here, man. These commandments, because this is that royalty right here. That we was going through.
That
We
refreshing. Man,
you
they
can
don't
see
even
at
understand.
32, Leviticus 19 and 32. Keep it going.
Oh, you said you shall not rise up before the hoary head. Who's at 33 now?
Oh, okay.
33. It says, if a stranger sojourn by you in your land, see that you vex him not. But let the stranger that dwells with you be as one of yourselves, and love him as yourself. For you were strangers in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. And a lot of people, we got this little clicked up atmosphere or this clicked up mentality to where if you're not part of the little in crowd clique, that they feel like it's fair to treat you a certain kind of way. Or they think that they can get away with not fair, but feel like they can get away with treating you a certain kind of way. That stuff right there, man, is a problem too. These are big problems that start off, or they seem to be small issues, but they turn and they transpire into big events, big repercussions, serious negative results. He says, you shall do no unrighteousness in metre yard, neither in metre yard, weight or measure, but you shall have true balances, true weights, and a true ephah and a true hand. I am the Lord your God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt, that you should observe all my ordinances and judgments, and that you should keep them. I am the Lord, not you. When he says I am the Lord, he's reinforcing who's in charge. It's not us.
Right. I'm the master.
Right.
I'm the
I
leader.
know what's best.
Right.
You know, in other words, when he says, you shall do and observe all my statutes and commandments and judgment. I know what's best. You know what I'm saying? It's letting you know. Like, it's not your moral compass that we're going to be relying on. And it's not your degree that you learned from Yale. This is what we're going to be relying on. We're going to rely on someone that knows the best way on how to bring up a successful, permanent kingdom. And that's the creator of heaven and earth, the one that actually gave us the handbook on how to be a royal individual in what we call life. And he says, I am the Lord, I am the master. Master of what? Living. What?
God.
He's the master of living. You want to go and check up on anything about life, you're going to have to go to the creator of it. That's the best source on determining what and what we should not be doing in life. I don't know where these brothers is getting off saying, oh man, well, I don't have to do that. You're like, and why? It was written by a white man. You're like, well, that white man was a specialist in life. I don't care who you think. Whoever wrote this had life down.
Amen.
You're like, we can test it every time. That's all you got to do. Like, I can, you know what I mean? I can ride along with you. You want to say that book was made up, this book was made up by a white man, and this was used to control people. And you're like, then let's investigate that. Like, I'll walk right there with you then. Like, bump it. Let's put it on trial.
Nah.
I'm going to put the book on trial right along. I'm going to be right there with you. But we're going to actually seriously look into your insertions and make sure that your claims ain't false. And that's where everything falls apart.
Oh,
We still have yet to see anybody just sit down and say, okay, let's do it. I don't believe that the Bible is useful. You do. You're like, so show me the things that you think we should use, and I can explain to you why we shouldn't. you're like, all right. And you'll see that these people will never, ever be able to hold up with that B crap that they spilling out their mouth. That is not actually a valid argument. You can't do it. You going through this book and investigating through it, you're going to be like, damn, there is nothing wrong with what it's saying that I shall and shall not do. All right, no. But what about when that lady said King David, he was a killer? You know, like, it didn't tell you to kill, though. Like, oh, okay, yeah, you're right. Like, that's how you in that. It never told you to kill. David, okay, whatever. You want to say he's a killer? He set somebody to get killed?
He was a soldier. He was a warrior.
We can look past that because he repented. All right, and he came back twice as strong. That's to show you don't fall off. You know what I'm saying? When you're thinking that you know what I'm saying, you ain't been perfect. I know you ain't been perfect. I know you might mess up in the future. Don't you just fall off, though. Come back strong like David did. And David committed an ultimate sin. He still didn't lose hope. Came back strong. So same thing for you. And so you look and you like, so there's nothing in here that is suggesting, nothing in here that is suggesting that I should actually say I don't agree with. Like it says at 20, saying the Lord talked with Moses, saying, tell the children of Israel, whosoever he be of the children of Israel or of the strangers that dwell in Israel, that gives of his seed unto Molech, he shall die for it. For the people of the land shall stone him with stones. And I will set my face against that fellow and will destroy him from among his people, because he has given of his seed unto Moloch in order to defile my sanctuary and to pollute my holy name. So if somebody is sacrificing their kids, either through child sacrifice or they're actually giving their kids up to be part of the enemy team.
Aborted?
Yeah, abortion or anything like that. That shouldn't be actually addressed. People should just be allowed to just abort kids. And let's say they, okay, because abortion, people are too damn used to that. A lot of people don't get, you know, that doesn't discomfort people anymore. They became desensitized to abortion. Okay, child sacrifice. How about a baby that's born and you see me over there cutting his head off like it's a freaking 6-week-old chicken? Is that okay? What if somebody's doing that? What should somebody do to somebody that steals someone's child? Let's say it's not even your own baby. Still somebody else's baby. And then rips his head off. In order for him to try to get some insight on how to, you know, say on what lotto tickets, what lotto numbers he should use. What about that then? What should we do to him? You know dang well that there's going to be somebody that's going to suggest that he dies. Why? Because he took someone's life. And if you take into account of resurrection, he just now killed somebody that's supposed to have been back. Somebody just now came back and he just killed them. He just killed the human being. So he shouldn't die? You know he should. So the question is, should people get put to death for killing other people? You're like, yeah, that'll promote people from killing people. It'll make you think twice about killing, but it'll make you think twice about abortions, and then that'll make you think twice about who you actually having sex with. It's not that these laws ain't put out there because God is like, all right, there's going to be a gang of murderers. I mean, a gang of child sacrifices. So we're going to make a law for that. And there's going to be a gang of homosexuality. So we're going to make a law for that. He's not saying that. He's saying, so it doesn't ever even happen not once. Not once. So when it does happen one time, that should be the last time. Why? Because have you ever seen somebody get stoned to death? Like, no. Me neither, but it sounds like it's going to look crazy and it'll take a long time.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It's going to look like when you see that,
Slow.
You ain't gonna want that for your son. You're not gonna want that for your daughter. So you're gonna go a little bit extra out of your way to make sure when you let them leave out of this home and be adults, they don't end up like that.
Hey, but they'll look down on that, but yet they don't look down on. I mean, like they were doing lobotomization. They were lobotomizing people back in the 50s and stuff. You know what I mean? Like that right there is cool. That ain't even for. That's for no reason. Trying to take out chunks of people's brain because you say they got a mental illness, bro.
Chopping their brains up while they still alive.
Wow.
Why they're alive?
Yeah. And it became, and later on in society, it became a threat to like kids and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have you lobotomized. Can you keep being bad?
Right.
So you saying they can use that? Yep, they can use that as a method of correction, but we can't use our own the scriptural method now. What makes them different?
Right. What makes them different? Especially when you got one that is causing a life to end. What is we supposed to do? Give people a slap on the wrist or make a good example out of him with the aim of nobody else going out like that anymore. Like, that's the thing that he did that for, to set example. So that there won't be no more of those actions after that happens. It's supposed to be an example. Like when them dudes, I think it was in the Numbers 15, when they was having fornication with like the women of the land. And then Most High God was like, man, take all the heads of the congregation. Take all the main cats of that situation. And like and hang them niggas before the sun all day. Leave their bodies sitting there so everybody can see them.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody know, like, nah, man, those are some whack moves, and this is what was the result of that action, man. This is what you guys actually caused into the children of Israel. Like, let's not go down this route again. And that's what the things are supposed to be for good examples when it comes down and kills people through stoning. It's literally to scare you, to show you like, no, this is for real. You need to take this serious. You don't want your kid to be sitting down there getting stoned.
Hey, you get some pictures up in there now, throwing some 98 mile per hour fast balls up in there, motherfucker. Be like some gunshots to them.
For real though.
I'm sorry, bro.
Straight impeccable aim.
Yeah. Ooh, that'll be something, boy.
Yeah, you wouldn't want that.
No.
If that happened, you seen that happen? Oh yeah, you're gonna be like, I'm gonna take some extra measures to make sure my kids come out to where they're not gonna be making these type of mistakes, getting themselves in that type of stuff. And it'll help. It'll change it'll put us on a whole new projection.
Yep, it would.
It'll put us on a whole new projection. People will be shocked on how we done cleaned up our act.
Fast too. It'll be
while we sitting around here with no real realistic response to people's actions, we kind of leave it on the police, like, well, saying the police catch them, that they're gonna get justice served. Like that right there, that makes it to where you got people sitting around here trying to get away with the most at all times. Because a lot of people, they don't even care about jail.
Nope. That's they glorify jail.
Mm-hmm. Some people are like career criminals.
Mm-hmm. That's their home away from home and stuff. They know the guards and everything.
Yeah. Yep, got friends in every damn place.
Yeah, the trustees, everything, bro.
Everything. So it's like, nah, man, see. But they still want to keep this place. They still want to stay here. They still think that this is the best place that they should be. And they just want to figure out how they're going to, you know what I'm saying, get their footprint established in the United States. How the black man going to make a footprint in America? You're like, what the hell? This place right here it allows you to be wicked, which only works towards the black man's detriment. It's not helping us. I'm sure that you guys can look at the evidence and see it. Please stop suggesting the same old shit that's causing us to be eating at each other and killing each other. Please stop suggesting that we need to go make money. All you're doing is telling us to go and turn off your computer and get back to work.
Yeah.
Because it ain't nothing else. It's too damn late to be talking to anybody talking about we need to go to school. You're like, what? Man, listen. I got to get back to work. I don't know what you're talking about going to school. Too late for that. I'm like, so don't suggest education. I'm like, what about all y'all educated dudes? What can y'all do? Oh, nothing. Exactly. Like, so you got a degree. Like, yeah. And you're sitting right here with us. Talk about what should we do? And then your answer is, get a degree. I'm like, and who are you? I'm a guy with a degree. What the fuck? So you're here with the. We're all trying to figure out solutions because we all got the problem, including you with the degree.
Yeah.
Like, so that's not a solution. That's obviously the failed solution. You tried it. We all kind of, looked in that direction, but it doesn't change our condition. The only thing that's going to get us out of this, man, is these law, statutes, and commandments, because that's how you're going to regain your royalty.
That's right.
God didn't make you to be an employee. God did not make you to be a whiz kid. God said, I've separated you guys for a specific purpose. He said, it's to be a royal priesthood and a holy people.
Yeah.
That's what he said, that's what I'm doing when I'm working with y'all, is I'm building you up to be holy people, royal bloodlines. And this is the handbook on the behavior that you must display. You're going to have to raise the bar and stop settling for less. No, you are not at the level of which you can call yourself a queen and a king. Nah, not yet.
That's right.
Not yet. Don't get ahead of yourself. I'm not trying to take nothing from you. I'm just letting you know if that's the role that you accept. Let's get down to work now. We got some work to do. Let's get this handbook done. Other than that, you ain't serious. That's just your pride speaking. What? That's just your pride speaking. You got pride on you. Anybody that says I'm a king and I'm a queen, and you don't even own your own country. You don't even rule your mind.
Or,
oh no, that's pride speaking.
Or your mouth can't even bridle your tongue.
Can't even bridle your tongue. For real though. Can't even bridle your tongue. Oh no, you got pride on you.
Yeah, and the scriptures say he was gonna purge us in the furnace of affliction, man. And I take that very serious. And that silver that is purified in that furnace is very precious. So, like, I don't know what to say. Y'all the dross, y'all the waste that came from the preciousness.
So that's true.
The separation must occur. Yep.
Yeah, don't be that dross, man. You don't want to be that dross. That dross is discarded. Don't nobody collect the dross, the dross, the dross. Nobody collects that. There is no use of the dross. It's only the silver that's left behind after that fire hits that, man. It's only the gold that remains after the fire hits it. It's going to be scraped up and valued. In other words, going to be rescued, going to be saved, and put in a position of reigning. The rest of y'all, you're not even going to be the general population. You're going to stay your wicked ass here in the burning lake of fire.
God.
And you're going to repent aimlessly because nobody's going to hear you anymore. And you're going to regret every single day of your existence. However you want to see yourself exist. I don't care if you want to see yourself existing here, coming back, or burning in hell. It doesn't matter. Wherever you're going to be.
Whatever.
Yeah, however you want to see it. You
Hey,
ain't going to be happy.
Do what you've been doing. You a God.
Yeah, exactly. You should be able to control where you go. You're God.
Yeah, or call upon the God you do believe in.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. You just now brought a good question. Oh, you're God? You're God? I'm like, oh, so where are you going when you die? Exactly. You're not no God. You have no control over where you go when you die. Can you? It's cold in California right now. Can you make it warm again?
Nope.
God, my ass. But yeah, on that note, man, we'll go ahead and end it. We had 4 hours in. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
It was a good lesson. Thanks for showing up, Aratazah. We got 3 Israelites that stay pushing on that Shabbat. Most I got, he sees us though, man. He's like, all right, these brothers right here, they ain't letting these niggas get away. They trying to wiggle away from me. He's like, these dudes, they ain't letting it slide. They will be judged for their wickedness. And the ones that actually accept it, you're going to get your reward.
That's right.
You will not lose your reward. Believe that. Most High God, he keeps an eye on all this. He watches.
Yeah, even though it goes good for the wicked, you know what I mean? Just know for a fact that's going to go good for the righteous in the end.
That's right. Khan. Kal halal ha about, man. All praise to the Most High. You got anything to say, Ratazah?
Just I appreciate you, brothers. You know, I had made a comment in the chat. I think it was a few days ago about like on the panels and stuff. You never, even in the chat, you never actually see nobody that's or like I was saying earlier, a real person. They always playing the character, and I appreciate you, brothers. Yeah, y'all are real. You know what I mean? Authentic, and God looks upon y'all brothers and smile.
Man, thanks, man, for that, man.
Bless.
No, bro, we appreciate the words of encouragement, man. Real talk, man. Believe it or not, goes a long way, man.
All love, King.
Shalom, man. Yeah, that's much love, man. Yeah, same to you too, man. You keeps it real. You know? Ratazah is he's the truth. People love to sit there and try to make us look like we ain't, you know what I mean, to be taken serious. That's all deflections. That's all that people try to do to make it seem like Israelites is actually something that people shouldn't pay attention to. At the end of the day, God, he definitely is recording us, man. He's looking right at us like, okay, so we had 3, huh? He's like, on the Shabbat, it was just 3 of them. He's like, okay, all right. Rest of them so-called Israelites, he said, and what they over there talking about? He's like, oh, you're done. He said, oh, yeah, they're done. He said, Aratazah, MALAK, battle axe. He said, you will not lose your reward. And that's just, hey, at the end of the day, man.
At
the end of the day, hey, man, we got to do our part. And if it's going to just be that single file line, then so be it. Y'all don't want to be part of that single file line, so be it. Don't say that you wasn't warned. Don't say that God wasn't graceful and merciful and he actually extended his hand out to you and you smacked it back. Shame on you, man. Shame on you. And you call yourself raising babies. All praise to the Most High Power, Bahasham Yahweh Shah Mashiach. You got something to say, Malak?
No, Shabbat Shalom, Shalom Mispakah, Barakatah, Kahalal Ha Abba.
Can you say that in English?
Yeah, peace to your house, peace family. Bless y'all. All praises to the Father.
Boom. And we gone. One nation set apart. Don't forget to like and subscribe and share. Get this word out. Help your people fight that good fight. Shabbat Shalom.